Oh, whoops. You can hear me, but you can't see me. Let's see. Turn on the camera. I didn't. I should move my chair. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. We're in business now. Maybe. I think. Nauseum, hello. What is that? Is that a little piece of post? Let me go to the Twitch platform. I gotta see what that is. Yeah. Oh, it says it's a flag. It looks like a flag. Oh, it's a sandwich holding a pride flag. Is that true? I like that. Interesting. Yeah, nice little emoji you got there. Okay. Today's a great day. Today's a great day. Because today is a day for game development, for creation. Sometimes it's more fun if instead of telling yourself you're going to work, you tell yourself you're going to create. At least I find it jazzes me up a little bit. And create we will. I thought of a quest the other day, a very important quest. And I wrote it. It's all right. I think it's pretty good. I talked to Jacqueline about it. She likes it. So we're all set on it. And I just wanted to see if I could make one of those dream days happen where you just come in with so much focus and motivation that you just get like knock out the whole quest. So let's go in with that energy. So the name of the quest, it's something about a beanstalk. Let me Dark Forest beanstalk. Let me open this thing. Okay. So get that quest over here. Maybe I'll bring up my Trello list over here. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So I don't know if we, well, let's go through the quest. Although if I go through the quest now, then by the time people actually get here, nobody will know what the heck I'm doing. So maybe better to just start on the quest and then in like 15 minutes go through the quest when some people arrive. Although it is very weird time, so maybe nobody will arrive, which is perfectly fine. Of course, we already have Nauseum here. Hello. Thank you for being here. So in the Dark Forest, there's this terrace right here. Hey, Alsend, welcome. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. There's this terrace right here, and we need to block the player from passing the... We need some kind of a fun quest impasse. So I've been trying to think of that for weeks. And ideally, I came into the quest knowing that it would be ideal if the quest required some summer plants that you have to grow. So that is the correct timing and the correct goal for the player. Which finally gave you a notification. All right. I'm actually kind of curious, does anybody use the Discord notification? I always do an @ here in the Twitch streams. I guess there's barely anyone here yet, so probably nobody's using that. So maybe the first thing is I need to decide what kind of cave entrance we're going to do, but I have a lot more traction and knowledge and ideas about what the interior of the cave will look like. So normally I always get up a bunch of reference, but this is kind of interesting because it's a top-down cave. So I've linked I've Googled top-down cave here. Let's see. And yeah, there's just a lot of different ways to do it. I'm picturing something kind of from this perspective, I guess, but not obviously. This is very tile set looking. So the real trick is how we're going to handle the ceiling, so to speak, because we're looking top down, and it's just like how much of the cave walls do we want to do? That's kind of the question. We already have a cave in the game. And I'll show it to you. And actually, I would like to look at it as well because kind of just see how we did that, see what we can learn from it. And I'm going to be using some of the same tricks. Do it. I'm not going to have Jacqueline do an illustration for this. She has tons to do, and I think it won't even work that well because it's going to be kind of a labyrinthine cave. Let me go ahead and hide the UI layer, and bring the player over. Where are you, player? Here, little player. Where are you? Oh, you're in the Poker Woods. And then I'm going to put you by, oops. Put you over by this waterfall. Spoiler alert, by the way. Yeah, this is a spoiler. So if you don't want to see the spoiler, avert your eyes. Well, I guess this whole stream is a spoiler. Developer start settings, and I'm going to pop in here. Can you link to the Discord? Absolutely. Yes. Actually, I really should put a link in general, just a link, perpetual link to the Discord all the time. Let me grab that Discord link. I've been talking the whole time on BRB, guys. I've said a lot of things. I've been BRB this whole time. Okay. Have I? Have I really? Just kidding. That is crazy. All right. Vim said, can you link to the Discord? I've linked to the Discord. And I'll send. I'm very glad that the Discord notification is helpful to you. Really appreciate that. I appreciate the next person, Tier Collector. I got all confused here. Thank you for the kind words and welcome to the stream. And I'm really glad you're enjoying the devlog. Rock on, rock on. So I also said while I was BRBing and talking to no one, I said that the Discord is for in general for our games, for the studio's games. But certainly anyone here in the stream chat is welcome to pop in there. And I check the Discord every day. So if you ever want to ask me about anything or chat about anything, I'm always taking a peek. Koyukupa, hello, welcome. Right. Let's see here if I can get my stuff together. So I was saying that we have this cave here already in the game. And it's not quite right because although it works well, it's just a one-shot fixed camera thing, right? We can't. we can't, we need like a labyrinthine cave that you're literally gonna, cover ground. So this cave is looking very side on, sort of into the mouth of the cave, and that's not gonna work for us. But I think that the way the mesh works here, I think that is gonna work for us. So let's go ahead and open that prefab and see what we have in there. And let's see if we can knock out. I have big plans. I have an idea. I'm actually going to go into our East Shade models and see if we can fish something out of there. So, did I exit out of Discord? Okay, yeah. I'm just going to open up East Shade. Oh, we got to get the actual asset folder here. I'm always confused by East Shade's project. It's because it's so different. In fact, I don't think do I even have it anymore? Let's see. Shade stuff. There's East Shade assets. That's not it. Creation. I'm browsing over here. Oh. Should be like asset creation or something. Assets file, that's not it, no. Captures. I'm astounded it's not in here. Maybe I'll search, well, I'll go back one up. Stream, no, it's not in there. So it's gonna be creation. Something about creation. Making, we might have to pull it off of the Google Drive. The Realm of Legends, hello. I'm not good at art or programming, but I want to make my dream game. Is that a bad idea? I can understand mastering atheist. I think maybe that word is meant to be something else. Mastering maybe at least one. But I'm afraid of the whole AI overtaking thing. Nobody really knows what's going to happen with AI, but it's either going to overtake or it's not. And, you can either do nothing because you're afraid it's going to overtake. And then if it doesn't overtake, then you did nothing. So you don't do the things that you want to do. But I kind of understand it. I mean, it's a lot of work to, build skills in something, But I also think that even if AI does sort of gain some ground, you're still going to be competing with people who know stuff. So even if AI starts to take over, can't really ever envision myself wanting to use AI. But if I know that if I did use AI and it was effective, I think I'd be a lot better at using it than someone who didn't already have all the skills and knowledge that I have. So I think either way, you can't go wrong with building skills. You can't go wrong. Anyway, what else are you doing, with the time? Maybe you're doing something else that's productive, but otherwise I find, the journey is really fun anyway. So I think you should just go for it. Now, as far as not having any art or programming skills, I mean, making your dream game is a fun way to learn. I mean, the first game I ever made was East Shade. Now, I already had 3D art skills. I was already a AAA 3D artist before I even started East Shade. But I think just going for it and trying to make the game is really fun. And some people say, oh, you're doomed to fail if you start a big project. Well, who fucking cares? Who cares? Like, if you finish 2% of it and then decide that it's way too big for you, so what? Then, so what? You built 2% of a project, and then maybe you want to go off and build something smaller, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just want to keep banging your head against the wall until you get 4% of it, 5% of it, 6% of it, and then you've learned so much. Maybe then you learn that you have no idea what you're doing. You scrap the whole thing and you start it over again. It's still your dream project. Who cares? I just think doing, it doesn't matter. Small game, big game, dream game, whatever. That's always going to be the path. That's my opinion. Opinions aren't really, or advice isn't really worth much. So people are going to do what they're going to do. And I don't want to try to sound like I know what I'm talking about, because about this, I really don't. Everybody's different. What is this? Nothing with this kind of soul. Ethereally, hello, welcome. I must ask, because you're making a Witch Academy, have you heard Abracadabra by Lady Gaga. I don't think so. I don't think so. So the asset creation folder is unfortunately not where I thought it was. I need to go to my Google Drive. I think Google Drive is maybe the only place it exists now. Boy, howdy. I'll just search. I'll search for cave first of all. See if I can find. Oh man, some really cool reference from eShade on my second monitor over here. Let's see. These are all just reference folders, not cave. It might be an asset creation. Why don't I keep a version of asset creation locally? I do not understand. So there's so many different asset creation folders in my Google Drive. I don't want to have my Google Drive on screen for not even for my own privacy. I'm just worried that somebody shared something with me that I don't feel like I should be sharing. So that's why I have it on the other screen. Trying to find, probably in the eShade archives, maybe. Archives. Okay, here we go. So there's asset creation. Okay, this folder is pretty safe, right? No, actually, I want to keep it over there. I don't know if anyone else has this issue with Google Drive not showing them the full name of the folder, but it drives me absolutely bananas. Crazy. Okay, eShade project 2010. Well, that's got to be good enough, right? Dang, there's no way that's the whole thing. Here's a 2019 version. It's only 1,000 megabytes. That can't be the whole thing either. What's happening here? Asset creation 2018. All right, sure. Let's download that. What else? What else can we do? Download the entire freaking thing. Why don't I keep a version of this local? That blows my mind. It's got to be somewhere. There's got to be a local version of asset creation. I know it's called asset_creation, or at least I know it has the word creation in it. So I'll just search asterisk creation, asterisk. I'll just let it. Oh, here we go. Asset creation. Oh no, that's in downloads. That's literally the one that's downloading. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. Gotta be kidding me. I cannot believe I don't have an asset creation folder from eShade. That's completely wild. Crazy. Literally, you have to download the entire thing, all 8.5 gigs of it. It's already almost halfway done, so it wouldn't be too long here. Let me catch up with chat. Okay, call me Ellie. That's easy. I'll try to remember that. My name is spelled D-A-N-N-Y. You are the only one with this mindset. Everyone else says, don't do it. Small games, follow these trends. Chris Z, I like him, but he's always make crafty, buildy, or horror. Chris Sikowski is incredibly, he's a marketing person. He's not an artist. He's not a game designer either. And he's very focused on that perspective, like especially like his latest blog post, is you just gotta, everyone speaks from their corner, right? Everyone speaks from their corner in life and what they know and sort of how they see the world. So you just have to really consider that. And Chris Sikowski, he's talking to a certain person. He's talking to people who want to sell games. And he's also talking to the majority of his audience who, they might not necessarily have like crazy art chops or, he's trying to figure out how to get almost like the layman person to be able to make a game that could, find a market. And there are so many roads to Rome. And he knows that too. Like I'm sure he wouldn't even disagree with what I'm saying right now. So, he's just kind of telling you this is the easiest path, at least from his perspective. So yeah, for sure. As far as, everyone always saying make small games. I don't really know why people say that. I guess it's just so you'll actually finish something. People think that you'll try to make a big game and then you'll give up. And hey, if that's going to happen, then okay, that's fine. Try to make a big game and give up. You know, there are some people who are going to try to make a big game and they're not going to give up. That's what I did. And they're, you know, they're going to learn a lot on the journey. So if you're super motivated and inspired to make a big game, you know, motivation is one of the most valuable currencies that you have. So you ride that motivation all day long to do whatever it is you want to do. Now, if your motivation lasts for 20 minutes and then you just give up on your big game after 20 minutes, okay, well, obviously big game didn't work for you, but hey, what was ever going to work for you? Your motivation only lasted for 20 minutes, so whatever. Better to try and end up not doing what you want to do than to not try anything and not do anything, and then just, you know, the days will just go by. Okay, let me catch up with Chab and Gavin here. Again, speaking like I know what I'm talking about, really, guys. I don't. I say everything with such little conviction. Johnson Do, hello, welcome. Recently released my own game, and I started with 0 3D modeling, animation, shader skills, and now not everyone is going to be like me and just keep running through the wall until I get through. Right, that is exactly what I do. Johnson Do, could you link to your game? I want to see your game if you're comfortable showing it on stream. Of course, if you're not, you know, don't worry about it. But I like seeing people's games. I enjoy that. X Pillars, hello. Heard you say you worked on Guild Wars 2. Can you tell me more about it? What did you work on for that game? I mean, I was an environment artist. I was an intern, so I was really a peon. But yeah, I just modeled stuff. Modeled some stuff in Lion's Arch. That's really the big city that I remember working in. A couple other random places around the game. Just random models here and there, a little bit of art, a little bit of mapping, stuff like that. But I was in a pretty small room with like 7 other people. We were called the Environment Art Prototype Team, and there was a lot of interns in that room too. So I was very much segregated from a lot of the studio. So I don't really have any exciting stories about that. Other than I was the youngest one at the entire company. I was 18 years old, and yeah, it was an experience. It's worth the time and energy if you really do want to make a game. You know, honestly, if you don't even really want to make, even if you only kind of want to make a game, it's always worth the time and energy to try. Even if you only want to do something a little bit, you could either sit on your hands and not do it and convince yourself that you shouldn't, or you could just do it and then, you know, you do it. Fine. Unless the thing you're talking about is like a remodeling project where you're going to like knock down a wall. You don't want to stop that halfway through. But a game, just, you know, code and binaries that sit on your computer, it's fine. Who cares? You got some free time. You can play a game and relax, or you can, you know, relax and try to make a game. It's fun too. Dream game is an interesting thing. I would also love to do it, but I think for the sake of building skills, I'd rather do some smaller games first, and then there's always the dream game. That is absolutely a valid way to do it too. Building lots of small games works. Building one big game works. It all works. I think as long as you're trying to do, I think that is really the important part. Oh yes, that's true too. If you're doing it commercially, there are definitely way more considerations. If you're doing it not just to build skills or to have fun, you know, there's definitely considerations there. Then it gets a lot more complicated. Making a game in general takes so much work. Yeah, it's true. Very true. Like even the small games are a ton of work. Have you set the category? Oh my gosh, Alsen, thank you for reminding me. I don't know why it unsets every time, but it really sucks. It really sucks. But I'm so grateful that you reminded me. So let me see, edit stream info, category. At least it doesn't get rid of my tags. That would be annoying. Software and game development. Oh my goodness, thank you. Okay, that's much better. Johnson, do my little game. Who knew making a small open world game as your first game was going to be a big thing? I want to see your game, Johnson. Link it if you want to. Okay, so right, I've finished downloading. All my gabbing has not been completely pointless because now I've finished downloading the asset creation folder for eShade. Windows cannot open this folder. Why? It's a RARD. Open with, choose another app. Do I not have? Okay, let me see if I have 7-zip. Here, yeah, it's right here. What's the big deal? File, open. Come on now. What's going on? I don't know why Windows is trying. Here we go. Oh, no. We don't want to archive it. We want to open. Are you insane? What is going on here? Okay, I guess I'll just browse to it. It should be in the downloads folder. It's going to be in C. Oh my God, the path to get to downloads is insane here. Paste it in here. There we go. Okay, and now dates created. Why is it not showing up? It's in downloads. It's an asset creation. Are you in asset? There it is. Open it. Okay, here we go. Now we can look through it. So here we got 3D, right? 3D, that should be where it is. 3D. And I'm gonna check. Here's Cave. So here's a couple Cave files. There's a Cave backup. I think that's probably all we need. Let's go ahead and crack open our models folder. Open, show and explorer, open up the models folder, and then let's see about putting that Blender file in there. That way we don't have to extract the entire thing. Okay, we'll see what that's all about. See if there's anything else like Arch or something, C Arch, or I'm guessing it's gonna all be in Cave. Well, we'll see what's in there. I definitely want to move that asset creation folder onto my second drive. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be everything. Oh yeah, that's a ton of stuff. Good stuff. We've got all those meshes. Like we've got a collision layer on here. Yeah, there's the terrain. Don't care about that. The ocean, cool. We're in business, folks. We are in business. So now I'm gonna head over to 7-zip and close it. Open up the, yeah, I'm gonna change this eShade stuff. I'll put the asset creation in eShade stuff just so we always have it. Very good. Johnson Dew says it's called a Corgi's Cozy Hike. Heavily referenced your optimization articles. All right, rock on. Okay. Let's check out Johnson's game. Oh, wicked. Your little corgi. Seems like it's kind of got like a short hike vibes. I don't know if the title is maybe trying to sort of capitalize on a short hike or if that's just completely random. Don't want to assume anything. But that's really cool. It's very colorful. Nice. Yeah, it looks like it has a nice polished trailer. And you can tell that there's a lot of content, and I love how the trailer shows off game verbs. That's great. Cool stuff. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for showing that, Johnson. I really appreciate that. I'd love to see people's stuff. Really great work on that. Excited for you. It's fantastic. Partner does the coding, but not for games. Wanted to capitalize on a short hike, but ended up making something completely different. Rock on. More Spyro plus banjo. Yeah, I kind of see that for sure. Burnt out. Wow. Did you guys do it like on top of full-time jobs, or did you guys do it full-time? Okay, so now we have the asset creation folder there, and I'm going to go ahead and save this as we're already in models. So this is already called cave. Maybe we don't need to do anything else. Maybe we can just roll with that. You know, I actually don't think that this is the cave we wanted. I think we wanted the Howling Caverns, so I might, unless the Howling Caverns are part of this, which doesn't seem to be. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. But that's okay. We wanted that piece too, so it'll be good to have both of them. Check the Twitch. Rune Sun, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Hello and welcome. Yeah, I'll send. Ever since you told me to change the category, I can already see people are finding this stream. It's so crazy how many hours I've streamed without setting the category. So annoying. Did this full time. It was supposed to be a 3-month project, but 3 years later. Dang, wow. Learned everything on the job. I mean, you said, you know, you kept going, you didn't quit. That's how. Hey, eShade was supposed to be a 2-year project and it ended up being a 5-year project. That's fantastic. Do you guys think you're going to make another game, or you guys said you're burnt out, so you going back to work maybe on some other job? Really exciting though. Okay, so I do need to find that other. I need to find that other file. So maybe caverns or something. Modeling. What's in publishing? No idea what any of that crap is. 3D. So caverns, there's cave backup. I don't think I would have called it Howling Caverns. I don't know what I would have called it, honestly. There's not that many Blender files here. Let's organize by file type. Okay, well, we can't do that apparently. Can we? There's amount of files. Yeah, we cannot organize by file type. That's very surprising. Well, at least we can do it by size, and that should get us a little bit of the way there. Okay. Definitely not rock scans. It might be coastal cliffs. That is definitely a candidate. So I'll take a look at coastal cliffs, giant cave. Almost assuredly, that's it. Okay. So there's cave, giant tree. That's got to be it. But there actually are a lot of Blender files. Surprising. This is the entire. These are all the source Blender files for all of eShade. eShade being our last game. The open world adventure game where you play as a traveling artist. Okay, so come on now. I'm going to go into should be in assets, models, and I'll put all of the blends in our blends here, the ones we had selected, coastal cliffs and giant cave. So there it's unpacking. And I want to merge them all into one file. So let's open up coastal cliffs. Doesn't seem like it's coastal cliffs. These are just a bunch of big cliffs, which actually might also be useful. It would be nice to have absolutely everything in one file. Yeah, I bet actually that would be helpful to have the coastal cliffs. We can get a pretty rough, I don't know. Gosh, there's so many LODs and stuff. Very complicated file. The decimated version of what? Why are there so many different ones? There's so many different meshes in here, but only 2 of them actually get parented to the dummy for whatever reason. It's cliff mesh .005. They're really high poly here. I don't think we would need one that high poly. Yeah, are these even LODs? Oh, they are. They are. Looks like they are LODs. Let's see. Yeah, LD1. Okay, that's fine. So I'm gonna make a list of all the ones. So I want to make a list of all the ones that we want. I'm gonna open up Notepad. And I'm just gonna write down, because I'm gonna append all of the files that we want into, oops, that's not right. It should be 08 and 09, right? Into one file. I don't really think we need that. Doubt that's doing anything. And then we have some small ones here too. With mesh 7. We're gonna append all those. I'm gonna go ahead and exit out of that. Yep, I wanna quit. And then let's go, so here's our cave file. We can write down what we want out of this too. This is just like terrain. And here is the end. Don't even think we really need this. If anything, we should use the one that we already made, which I'm pretty sure we have. So now let's open up Giant Cave. Let's see what we got in here. And catch up with chat here. Probably gonna find a real job, but at least we're through that. Through that being the development of Porgy's Hike. Can't remember the name. Your game was definitely a huge inspiration for us making a cozy genre game before it blew up. You mean before like the cozy genre blew up? All right, so this is what I wanted here. What is this exactly? This is Giant Ice Cave. Interesting. Okay. And then I think all we need is this one. This is just got a few pieces here. Cylinder 1 and cylinder. I'll add those to our list of things that we want to append. Cylinder 1. At least we're done releasing the game. Yeah, a great experience before cozy genre blew up. I think it's still doing pretty good. Yeah, I feel like it still does pretty good numbers in general. I do think that the cozy genre is sort of, it's not, is it? I mean, it definitely is a genre, but it definitely also is not a genre because it has so many different types of games in it that it's almost like, it's, you know, you can't really track its performance, right? Because there's so many different kinds of games inside of it. And all those different kinds of games are completely different genres, right? Like your game, you know, is completely different genre. Your game is a 3D platformer compared to like, you know, like a farming sim or a life sim or something like that. Completely different genre. It's funny how cozy games have become. I guess it's because there's so few games on Steam that are not violent that sort of groups them all together. All right, so that's some of the things I want out of that file. Let's see what else can we pillage here. There we go. Here's a big old cave exit, which, do we want that? Potentially we might want that. There's actually a lot of things here. Actually, there's so many things here that I think I just want to start from this file, because there's a lot of things that we might want here. So let's go ahead. I'm calling the file Giant Cave. That's fine. Let's call it Giant Cave. Who cares? And sort of keep in mind the things we might want from the other file. Yeah, there's so much stuff here. So I just want to take a look at the other cave we have, the Waterfall Grotto. One moment, folks. I'll be right back. right, sorry about that, folks. Okay. So we have the giant cave. Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, I think. I want to maybe open up the other Blender file. So let's open up our Perforce and then head over to the models. And the blends, and then we should have like grotto, waterfall grotto, waterfall, city cove. That's weird. No, come on now. Maybe it's in blends. Waterfall city cove dot blend. There we go. Let's crack this one open. See what we got. Okay, so we have some collision, and we have. So here is what we put into the game for the other cave. So just looking at that, did we decimate it? No, we have no other modifiers on it. Huh. So that, I think that's not the one actually going in the game. Let's look at the outliner. We have, no, it is actually going in the game. So what's this one? This one is not going in the game. This is the one that goes in the game. It's interesting. And what material is on it? Grotto, City Cove, mountain terrain. So we have, I'll go ahead and copy the names of these as ones that we also want to append. Huh. Here we go. We got those. And then we also have, this might be helpful to us, this ground as well. So grotto beach terrain. I'll go ahead and copy this material name as well. Grotto beach terrain and grotto city cove. Let's duplicate that material. Grotto city cove. There's the terrain we want. So we're going to call this like dark forest cave. Dark forest cave terrain. That's what we'll call it. Actually, I'll call it dark forest cave walls. Dark forest cave walls. I'll call it cave walls. Dark forest. That's a good name. AJ, hello, welcome. What engine are you using? I'm using Unity. And then we're going to also copy the ground grotto beach terrain. Grotto beach terrain. These are just the materials. I'm just getting the materials ready, and we're going to call this cave floor dark forest. Most excellent. We're just getting everything ready here. And once we have everything ready, we're going to fly. We're going to get going. You really want to quit? I do. Now back to Blender, and we've got, here's all the pieces that we had from, again, this is from eShade. This is from our last game. I really wish I knew the moobot command for eShade to link to eShade, but I can't remember it or don't know if we still have one. But I guess especially folks over on the YouTube side, they know about eShade probably. Twitch side, maybe not. Not everyone. Probably most people as well over there. So we have all these models here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reveal everything, and then I'm going to make sure nothing is marked for export. In fact, I'd love to just go through the outliner and just remove all of the dummy objects. So here's a dummy. I'm just going to crack everything out of the dummy. Oh, there's actually not a way to do that. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll clear parent for everyone, clear parent, and keep transforms. Okay, I don't need the water level. That was just for eShade as a reference. And here's all, so now I can just easily select all of the dummies, because these dummies are things that should export to the engine. All of their children export to the engine. It's in my the way my custom exporter works. And we just don't need that, because all those were for the eShade caves, and we're going to make a whole new cave system here. Oh, cool. This is cool. Kind of double river thing going here. So we just need to figure something out that's going to look cool. It won't be easy. So now let's append. I just want everything in one spot. Let's append from the other file. What is it called? It wasn't Giant Cave. It was Waterfall Grotto. And I had some objects here. And the objects that I wrote down in my little text file here are cave interior LD0 underscore mesh dot 00. So what is it again? Cave interior. Cave interior ended in a .002. Maybe we want the one as well, and then just the one that just is called mesh. Cave interior mesh. Okay. And I don't think we need the fizz at the moment, so I'll just append that. There, now we got some more stuff in here. Sort of very different size from everything. And actually, maybe this is a great reference for what size we should use, because we know how big this is compared to the player, roughly. All right. So here is a giant thing that we almost certainly will not need, because we are dealing with a top-down perspective here. And in fact, I don't even have a way to test this. That's the first thing. We got to set this up. We've got to set up an interior for ourselves. So I don't know what interior we should start with. Some kind of interior. Train to just the prefabs. Bathhouse heating room. Yeah, that seems like a good one. Hey, rock on. Glad you loved eShade, AJ. I'm glad you're here in the stream. I'll call this new interior dark forest cave. Simple enough. Okay, so did we mistype it? Oh yeah, I did. Dark Forest Cave. So here's our interior, and I'm just gonna go to the entry here. This is a debug entry so that we can easily get ourselves into any interior. And I'm just gonna paste that in there. And I think that we just need to make sure to go to the all worlds list in core assets. I think this is where the data is stored. Interior datas. So it doesn't have an interior data. Let's go ahead and copy one. AJ said, did you learn programming in uni? No, I did not. I did not go to uni. I'm an uneducated buffoon. No, I learned programming making eShade, actually. But my background is environment art, is 3D environment art. And when I was 16, I decided I wanted to be a 3D artist for video games, and I wanted to be a 3D environment artist. And I sort of went kind of ballistic and just did that for like 10 hours a day. And I just ignored my school work and just got terrible grades. And I didn't drop out. I did finish high school, and actually ended up getting my associates as well at community college, only because I was doing a program called Running Start that let me go to community college instead of going to high school. But I did actually get my associates, which is a miracle, and actually completely a waste of time. I didn't even need to do that. I probably could have actually dropped out of high school. That probably would have been fine. Anyway, I ended up getting a job at ArenaNet when I was 18. I was the youngest person at the company, and did environment art for about 3.5 years, worked at a few different companies, and then I quit my job at Sucker Punch here in Bellevue, Washington. And that's when I started working on eShade, and then 5 years later shipped that. So it is possible to learn coding on my own. Yeah, 1,000%. In fact, that's the way almost everyone does learn coding. Even if you go to university, you really pretty much learn it on your own. I mean, the internet is vast with tutorials and knowledge. Yeah, for sure. And it's easier than ever it has ever been, especially, with Unity, you've got a million tutorials. Unreal, there's a lot of tutorials too, but Unreal is more difficult because they have the blueprint system, and then they have the C++ system, and the C++ is sort of a gnarly entry, I think, into programming, because you are dealing, not necessarily because it's C++, but actually because you're dealing with a 2 million line game engine code base, and you're literally like extending game engine code, as opposed to Unity, which has a very clear scripting layer that is different. It sits on top of the game engine, and you make the API calls to the game engine. So I personally think it's a lot easier to learn coding. At least I imagine. It's much easier to learn coding in Unity. Game dev, I can learn all on my own. For sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. You can definitely learn all this stuff on your own. Okay. Bathhouse heating room data. I'm going to call this Dark Forest Cave. I'm learning C# and Blender right now, and it is very hard. You are learning two completely different things. So when I learned 3D, I was not learning coding. I was not even learning Blender. I was learning 3D. 3D modeling. That's what I was learning. And I even jumped around to a couple different software, but you're learning two completely different disciplines. Most coders in the game industry have no idea how to use Blender, and they have no idea how to author 3D assets, and they're terrible artists. Most 3D artists in the game industry have no idea how to code. They don't even know what a float is. So they're completely different disciplines, and they're both, mega meaty, right? They're both massive, very sort of steep learning curve disciplines, and it sounds like you're learning them both at once, and that's pretty gnarly. You can do it. Definitely people have done it. Even people have made entire games, not knowing anything, and they learn everything by the end of the game. But you might want to pick one. Do you want to be an artist, or do you want to be a coder? Because they are completely different things, and literally nobody is hiring someone that needs to do both. Absolutely nobody is looking for an artist coder combination. Those are just completely different jobs. Yeah, so I would pick, if you want to write code and sort of wire the game up, or if you want to be an artist and learn 3D. I would say you should pick one and then just focus on that. And you don't even need to be, if you're learning code, then I think it makes sense. You can kind of be, making some games. If you're learning art, you do not need to be making a game. I didn't make any games when I was 16 learning. That is when I started to learn 3D, but I didn't worry about making games. I just worried about becoming a great 3D artist and making great portfolio pieces. You can still use game engines. I would probably recommend Unreal if you're going to be doing 3D art, because it's just going to look better. It's going to look better more easily. So you can put your 3D models into Unreal and build your stuff and take screenshots and make a beautiful portfolio. I would say if you want to be an artist, the portfolio is the goal. And if you want to be a coder, probably portfolio is the goal too, but your portfolio is going to look a lot different. So still going with the dark forest cave here. We've got the dark forest cave prefab, and now I'm going to hook it to the dark forest cave interior data. And let's see what kind of stuff we have on there. So we have the music theme of foresty and the interior name. We just have to make sure we place that in there. Cool. And I think we also need a hookup. So in all worlds, in core data, I think there's a list we need to make sure to stick our interior prefab data in there. Oh boy. Not in world state. Where is it? It's got to be in core assets. It just has to be. Core assets, interior data. There's our interior data. I'm going to do 13. I know we have more than 13 interiors, so I don't really know why we have so few there. Group schedules. I know we have way more than 13. I wonder if it's because they were separated out. Maybe these are only ones that need to be included in the demo build. I'm not exactly certain. But anyway, let's see if we can actually get into our cave. As long as we can get into our cave, that's fine by me. Jenny will sort it out. Oh, no worries, AJ. No worries at all. You know what they say about advice. Don't listen to advice. But no, I do think that advice is, I don't know what this is. I'll have to look at that. I do feel pretty strongly about that. I do think that people, it's kind of modern, this whole like making games like on your own is sort of like a modern thing. I mean, in the old days, like in the 90s, people used to make games on their own, but games that had literally dog shit art. Like they just had no real art in them at all. And then once, graphics became better, then we started having the artist role. And when I started, when I was 16, which was almost, that's like, was that 18 years ago? 15 years ago? Something like that? 17 years ago? I don't know. Can't do math right now. Nobody even thought about making games on your own. That was kind of like unheard of. You would definitely pick programmer or artist. I still think it's a really good idea to pick a discipline. I don't know what this is, this null reference exception. I don't know who's calling it. Value cannot be null. On header, that's weird. Doesn't appear to be anything from our code. Let me clear this out. Okay. I didn't get the null reference exception, and I left the interior, and I still didn't get it, so that's perfect. Very good. So now that we have something to go off of, I can open up that interior. This is the dark forest cave. And we can start working on it. So we've got, don't need anything. Just delete everything that's already in here. Maybe just I'll leave the background, but we don't need this dragon egg. Interior, we'll keep the trigger portal around. Might just be nice to actually, we'll keep some of this stuff around just so we can set our cave down on top of it, and then we'll delete all the rest of it. Perfect. We're in business. We're in business. Now I just got to figure out what the heck we're doing. So this is a very skinny cave. I don't think we're going to use that one. Now let's start with empty cube. And we'll just make sure it's really big so that we can always see it, 20. And then I'll just call it, is it at origin? Doesn't really seem like it's at origin. Numerics. Oh, it is, it's at origin. We just got a funny origin. 15. 11. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. And then let's call it dark forest cave LD0. Yep, perfect. Now, pretty sure we won't need this. We want to see down into the cave. And so, okay, so there's the whole cave system. Don't think we'll need this. We can sort of use this for scale right here. Seems pretty good already in terms of size. Now I know I want this cave to fork. In fact, I would love if this cave had lots of different offshoots. Now we've got the top. What is this? Is this just the roof of the cave? Is this like one side and the roof? Wow. Let me move it. So there's something already on top. There's the original, called the original blocker. Well, I don't think I need the original blocker. It seems very high poly. Now here's the other one. I'll give that a save. I just need a cave that we can just sort of walk through and just see how it looks. So this I don't think we need either. And I'm pretty sure we're going to want to widen that a little bit. But like, I'm not going to be able to see into this cave. I guess we might, if we do like backface culling. So maybe we can start with that. Let's just grab everything, every single thing we have here, and just put it so that kind of got origin roughly where we want to start. And we're just going to parent it. And we need to take a look at what materials we're going to be using. Oh, we don't want these to be in there. Let's detach those. And let's take a look at what kind of materials. So we've got that dark forest, cave floor dark forest. We'll copy that. And we'll just make sure that we've got, that we're using that material. And then what materials do you have? You got cave tube rock. So I'm just going to overwrite that material with the cave walls material. And that should be a lot of the stuff. So here's cut rock 2 to cave walls. Cave walls, yep, that's all using the correct material. This sand material, we'll just make sure we get that linked to this material, just same material there. And then this could actually be a water if we wanted to maybe find just a water, like a pond, some interior water material. Actually, probably the grotto water, if I can find it. Grotto craggy boulders. Wow, we got a lot of different grotto materials. Do we really not have grotto water? Grotto pond or something? So I'm gonna have to just go to the grotto interior. Waterfall, cove, and let's check what water we're using. What water material we're using. So we're just using botany pond. Fine. We'll duplicate botany pond and we'll call it dark forest cave pond. water. Just put all the words in there. AJ says, is it possible to focus in one discipline, get very good at it, and then move to another? Sure. Well, like I said, I started in 3D art. So that was, you know, I completely focused on it. And I became very, very good at it. And then I got a job in AAA games doing it. And then I quit. And then I started, you know, I'd already kind of been working on eShade, learning how to code. But then I quit my AAA job and I got pretty competent at coding. I did probably 80, 90%, probably more like 90, 95 even, of the coding of eShade I did myself. So, you know, it's done quite well. It's a commercially successful game. And I coded it. And I'm not really a coder, but I can code. Let's go back to the Dark Forest cave. In terms of getting a job as a coder, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know what my skills look like for that. Maybe I could. I mean, I coded an entire game, so. But to this day, I don't really think of myself. I certainly don't. My identity is not coder. I'm just sort of an artist who knows how to program. My identity is very much still a 3D artist. Like I identify with that identity. I feel like that skill is why our games matter. Like my level of 3D artist and 3D environment artist is sort of, you know, it's that level of craftsmanship that I think makes people take our games seriously. If I didn't have the 3D environment art chops, I am 1000% certain nobody would have ever heard of eShade and nobody would have ever bought it. He says, I don't remember, but did you do eShade with your wife? Yes, that's right. Yeah. She actually she did not have a background in video games before that. She has always been an artist. She was doing, she was an after school art instructor. And I'd been working on eShade for the first year or two myself. And she started helping out with the game. I'd say about a year in, she started doing like UI art and stuff like that. She eventually learned Unity and started placing things in the engine and sort of fleshing out entire areas. And then she developed so many skills that I was gunning for her to quit her job so that she could do it full time with me, because she could do so much stuff that I knew that we could, you know, make way more of a game if she dedicated her full time to it. And so now she's a game dev, and Songs of Glimmerwick is her baby. So she's the art director and the lead artist, and she does all the illustration and stuff. And she's the lead designer and the lead writer. Okay. Dark Forest, cave pond water. So that's the material that I want. And let's go back over to Dark Forest. Dark Forest cave, I mean. This is kind of tedious. It's going to get more fun here in a second. Once we get all this stuff going. Cave River, I'll put that material on there. Once we have all this stuff in place, it's going to get a lot more fun. Because we're going to be able to actually run around in here and start fleshing it out. But just getting all of our materials set up, getting our sort of meshes in place with what we're going to start working with. And then need to kind of figure out how this is going to work. If it's going to work. I hope it is. I'm really planning on it, gunning for it. Oh, of course, AJ, no problem. Hey, if I'm streaming, I'm always open to chatting. Choco Ted says, do you make mobile games? Heck no. No, nothing to do with mobile games. I don't even play mobile games. I don't know anything about that world. Crazy Chills Gaming, hello, welcome back. Good to see you again. All right, rock on. Well, I hope you have a lovely time playing Skyrim. Yeah, I do. I have a studio called eShade Studios, and it's myself, my wife, and one other full-time programmer named Jenny, who lives in England. And the three of us, we are the core team of eShade Studios, and we also have a few contractors as well. Like we have an animator, and then oh, my best buddy Phoenix, childhood friend, he's our composer. But they don't work full time on the game. They just sort of work in stints, I guess. But my wife and Jenny and myself, we all work full time every day. Game, and we've been working on the game for 6 years now, which is absolutely bananas. Okay, cool. So we've got all that stuff parented. I just did an undo that I think crashed Blender. Okay, cool. And let's try to export. I'm very curious how this is going to go. So the export path I'm going to set now to models, log assets models. I think that's all we have to do. Accept, save, and export. Hey, it exported. That's a good sign. Choco Ted says mobile gaming is still the most money making genre. Is it now? I wouldn't know anything about that. I mean, I guess I kind of did know that on a surface level. I know that mobile genre moves more money in general than premium games, but doesn't really have anything to do with what I do and what I like to do and what makes me feel like I feel inspired to do and want to be on this earth. I feel like I would rather I'd rather be a plumber or something than do mobile gaming and make mobile games. Not that there's anything wrong with being a plumber. I'm just saying I find it completely unrelated to what I do. It doesn't seem to have any sort of bearing whatsoever. It doesn't seem to have anything in common. What's Dragon Egg? So that, oh, this is a virtual camera. Okay, that's cool. We'll call this like cave, dark forest cave, forest cave, 1 VC, just in case we need a virtual camera. I don't think we will, but I'm just going to keep it around in here. And then let's go ahead and see what we got. So what did I call this? What did I call this dummy object? I'm really excited to see. Dark forest cave. Dark forest cave. There we go. Let's stick that in there. Awesome. Oh, okay. We can get started here. So it's way too big. That's the first thing I'm noticing. And we're going to go ahead and go with the 1-1 fizz to start. So we don't need this dragon egg anymore. All right. I think we have an issue with the materials. So we got rocks cave. That's definitely not right. Rocks cave. That's, yeah, we wanted the cave walls dark forest.01. For some reason it versioned that material off. I don't quite know why that is, but I'm gonna delete that material. Walls, something about walls, cave walls. Okay, cave walls. This one, rocks cave. Yeah, I'm gonna force delete that material. Cave walls, sort of consolidate everything down here. This one also has rocks cave. Oof. Cave walls. Those probably we're gonna have to delete, but for first pass, I just want to get this first pass going. I just want to get this in the engine. Cave walls. Cave walls. Perfect, perfect, perfect. This is cut rock pillar. Let's go cave walls. And that should consolidate a lot of materials. So now I'll export. Oh, it was also just way too big. Oh, we have some weird little doodads over here. I don't think we need these. Oh, this is like the original mesh. Okay. Do we might want those. We might want those. I'll keep them around. Let's go cave walls here. Yeah, I'll just sort of put it off to the side just in case, you know, just in case we want them. Let me catch up with chats. AJ says, how is it like having a studio work the full time People, you pay them, and the contractors are like freelancers, and you are like the boss. It's great. I mean, I just like making games, and I like, you know, sort of being the ruler of my own destiny. So yeah, I really love making games. I don't love being a boss, but fortunately I don't really have to boss that much, because I mean, my best buddy, Phoenix, he's our composer. You know, he's very autonomous with the soundtrack. Our animator is very, you know, we've got a really simple pipeline down. So I'm not having to really manage her. And also, yeah, she's a freelancer. So you tend to not really manage freelancers as much. You want to give them really encapsulated tasks that there's not a lot of like liaison needed. And our programmer Jenny, she's basically a ninja now. She's been with us 4 years, and she knows the code base better than me. So she doesn't, you know, don't really have to. I don't do much bossing, I guess, which is great, because I don't really like sort of, I don't know, managing people, cracking the whip, performance reviews, or anything like that. But I really like my work. I mean, I like to be in there with my sleeves up, actually making stuff, and our team is small enough to where I don't really have to do much bossing. Of course, I also do the admin for the company, which really sucks. I hate it. Like, I hate managing our website. I hate doing our taxes. I hate doing our accounting. I hate doing our bookkeeping. Absolutely hate all that stuff. But I do it so that, you know, the price of having a company, I guess. We could pay someone to do it, and maybe one day we'll have enough money to do that. But right now, we have a lot of very little jobs that do not make any sense to pay someone to do. And sometimes they're kind of hard jobs to outsource. So Choco Ted says, how many games you made, and is that enough to not do a job? We have shipped 2 games so far. One was a small game called Leaving Lindau, and one game was a game called Eastshade. It's a open world adventure game where the magic of the world, or the magic, I'm mixing our pitches here. Open world adventure game where you play as a traveling artist. And it was sort of a mid-tier indie hit. It grossed $3.5 million to date and counting, actually creeping up on 4 million probably. If you want to check it out, I can paste the link in. This is called Eastshade. So yeah, that game took us a long time. It took us 5 years to make, but well, to put it bluntly, it made us millionaires. So now we're working on our next game, Songs of Glimmerwick, and we've been working on that for 6 years, and it's looking like it will be as much of a hit as Eastshade, probably more. All of our metrics are pointing to that. So we're very excited about it. And yeah, hopefully it'll pay us back for all the 6 years of dev time, but it's looking like it will. Circles, hello, welcome. What would you like the player to feel and experience with our game, with Songs of Glimmerwick, the one we're working on right now? We've got a lot of adjectives that we want the player to feel, but we want, it's a Witch Academy RPG. The magic of the world is music. We want people to feel, like they're having an adventure, like they're having a witchy adventure with lots of hijinks and camaraderie and some like college camaraderie. And we want them to feel awe. We want them to feel like there's mystery and intrigue. But yeah, I would say above all, we want them to feel like they're on an adventure and like they're, experiencing the sort of bustle of exciting college life. All right, so hopefully now that I've sorted out all the materials, I'm exporting, and let's see if we've got all that. And probably the UVs are going to be completely effed. Okay, so there's something. Now, I don't know why the water, what is that green thing? Oh, that's just the starting plane. We can delete all that stuff. Don't need any of that. Song trigger, we don't need any of that. Puddle collider, I don't think we need any of those. Dragon Den, fixed VC, I don't think we need that for the moment either. I don't know how this got divorced from its camera magnet. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete. Let's see, we do have a camera magnet here. Let's delete that one. I don't know what that one's all about. Ambient lights. I don't know where the water's gone. I wonder if we didn't. So here's the pond water. And I'm just wondering, I don't see the actual mesh. It's possible I didn't even parent it. There's the backgrounds. Yeah, I don't see the water mesh. We've also have some, oh, there is actually some kind of river mesh here. There's a couple different meshes going on. And I don't exactly know what they all are. And again, I only just want to walk around. I want to walk around in this weird thing. This is not something that I built for this game. These are parts that I'm just pillaging from our other game. And I just want to see the feeling of walking in this thing. And it's going to look super garbagey and messed up, but then we can go from there. But I just want to see like a sort of proof of concept if it's going to work. So this is the pond water, and it is part of the dummy, right? It is part of the dummy. I'm wondering why it's not rendering. Yeah, I don't know why. Why doesn't it render? We have, oh, you know, I bet, let's see, Dark Forest Cave Pond Water. Selection glow, no, we don't want that. Using the water material. And it's not using the ocean material. So I wonder what the deal is with this. Like, okay, if I just put like a plane, let's just put a plane right here. And put cave pond water. But look at that. It works perfectly fine when I put it here. No issue whatsoever. But for some reason, and this cave is just way too big. Scale it down just a little. For some reason, when I have the material on the actual mesh, are the normals flipped or something? Seems like it would be unlikely. Now all these normals, yeah, that works. Cave walls, dark forest. Clearly we can make these much brighter because I can't even see what's going on. Look at that. It looks so crude. I really don't know why the water's not rendering. Very strange to me. So what if I put the water on one of these other things? I call this like pond water. Okay. Well, okay, it's like disappearing. So I wonder, is it vertex color? Is that what the deal is? Because there's all sorts of vertex color. I bet it is. I bet that's what it is. It's gotta be vertex color. So let's just put 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and just completely knock out all the vertex color and then export. Catch up with chat. Koi Koopa, that was what it was. It was the vertex color, so very happy with that. Koi Koopa says, if he boss too, yeah, I'm definitely not my wife's boss, that's for sure. If anything, she's more my boss on this game because she's the creative director of it, so. Chrissy's Chilled Gaming, a long way off, but do you already have ideas for what is next after this game? Yes, yes. I do have an idea, which I don't know necessarily if it's going to be what we're going to do, but I am thinking about next game, not out of any particular planning, just because I can't, it's kind of hard for me to not think about next game. I get excited. I'm thinking a merchant RPG would be really cool. Not a very I guess it's sort of an really untapped genre. I don't know how much demand there is for it. I would say so far the cave is looking horrible. As a proof of concept, I'm pretty bummed about it actually. Like, obviously all the materials and values are all messed up, but even without that, it's not looking good. Let's put some 1-1 collision on it and see if we can just walk around. Do mesh collider. I'll just put like dirt material. Give it a save. It's not going good. Now, sometimes you can just tell in the prototype if it's going to work or not, and I don't know. This is not looking very good. Go in. Oh. Okay. So just walking through the cave. It's clear it needs to be much smaller, like much, much smaller. So I would delete all the roof of everything. I'm just still walking through the cave. I'm kind of surprised. Oh, there's the bottom, the water right there. This is kind of interesting. It's like edge to edge. But we need the cave to be maybe a third the size, I'm thinking. Because it's too, like, the player should not spend this long walking. Let's see the, okay, so here's where it sort of opens up. Kinda cool. I don't know why we're not getting water line. Kinda curious. I don't know why we're not getting any water line at all. I wonder if we need like some kind of directional light in there or something. AJ says, do you think it's better to get other people on a project, or if I can do everything on my own, I should do it? I think other people really, really, really get in your way and weigh you down when you're still learning. I think it might have worked for other people in the past, but I think learning should be done alone, personally. I think you waste a lot of time. The odds that you're gonna, so like, you know, lots of people want to get into games, you know, only probably 1 in 20, 1 in 50. I don't know what the actual odds are, but they're not that high. Maybe 1 in 20. And it's not like a dice roll. It's not random. Some people just really, really, really actually want to do it. And they're very serious about it. And they're going to stick with it for a long time. And some people aren't. And the odds that you're going to find someone who's actually serious about it, as serious as you, if you are that 1 in 20, they're basically zero. Once you get into the industry, then I think it's easier to sort of team up with people, because then you're sort of already filtered for serious people. But I think that the best way to team up with people is to have money and to pay them, or to, you know, be being paid by someone with money. I think that's the best sort of team structure. That's the best way to make something. There's some successful like hobby projects and stuff, but I think it's more headache than it's worth. So just looking at the Dark Forest Cave, it just, there's so many problems with it. Let's see if we can tidy it up. So I'm thinking like significantly smaller, for one. The other thing is I don't quite know why we're not getting any water line. I'm going to try to put a directional light in and see if that helps with making the water line show up. So let's grab this light. What's this? Is this a spotlight? Yeah, let's make this a directional light. Still, we're not getting water line. I wonder if I have to enable hard shadows. There we go. Okay, so for whatever reason, enabling shadows on the light makes the water line show up. I'm not exactly certain why that is, but I just remember that being a thing. So that makes the game look so much better, so much faster. It's kind of insane. And I'm kind of feeling like it's gonna work. I'm kind of feeling like it has some potential here, especially over here. Like, yeah, I think this could work. See what that. Vexling, thanks very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. AJ said, what do you think about the publisher? Because I want full control over my game and I don't want to give them a big percentage. AJ, you're like learning, right? You're 16 and you haven't learned coding or 3D art yet, or 2D art, or whatever it is that you want to learn. I really wouldn't worry about a publisher. Ain't no publisher gonna come looking to sign a 16-year-old who's learning how to make games. But, you know, publishers are great if you need money. If you need money, then you have to have a publisher. You know, let's say you want to make a game and it's going to cost $500,000. You don't have $500,000, then you have to get a publisher. That's assuming a publisher is going to sign your game. A publisher only wants to sign your game if they think that you are absolutely the bee's knees. You know, if your credibility is through the roof and you have a proven track record in games, you have experience in games, you have experience leading a team, maybe you have experience in indie games, you've already shipped a successful indie game. Maybe your game already has 100,000 wish lists or something. That's typically when a publisher is going to want to sign you. Otherwise, you don't have to worry about a publisher. There are some like garbage publishers who just kind of want to. Well, I won't get too far into it, but yeah, there's some kind of like garbage, worthless publishers who are looking to scam people, but that's kind of a different thing. Play Lizard says Unity doesn't render depth map without shadows. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that, yeah, and you can't have the water line without the depth mask, and if there's no shadow casters, then yeah, I think you must be right. It doesn't render one. Maybe that's why just checking the, like one light in the scene, as long as one light in the scene has shadows checked, then it'll do the little water line effect. That is a very astute observation. So now that the thing is scaled down significantly, I'm going to run around and see how different it feels with just the whole cave being way smaller and the water line being present. Okay, it is wild. I mean, it still looks like garbage, but like different flavor of garbage now. No, it has made a really big difference. Don't like this running sidelong through this. I think this looks really bad. So yeah, I think we'd want a much shorter cave anyway, and some more branches. I don't know where this water would be even coming from. We would have to have some kind of waterfall somewhere in this cave. I'm going to look in Jacqueline's concepts folder. I'm going to see if there's like any concepts of anything cave-like. Type in cave. The crystal cave. Jacqueline's drawn a lot of stuff that we haven't put into the game. These are really rough, but sometimes they have good ideas in them. AJ says, what is the possibility rate of doing creating a game with a $0 or less than $1,000 budget? These are kind of interesting. Okay, so these are really crude. I know that there's some more polished stuff. Let's do mermaid or maybe cove. Nothing about mermaid cove. Well, most of the budget is your time, right? So I would say the possibility is literally 0. It's because in order for you to make a game for under $1,000, like really, I mean, Eastshade in terms of out-of-pocket expenses was not super high. If I had all the time in the world, my out-of-pocket expenses would probably be 0 or close to 0. Of course, we had voice acting. You can't do that. We also had localization. I can't do that. But pretty much everything else, like it's just between my wife and I, you know. So you've got to consider the time that you make, or the time that you spend on the game is the production budget, right? Like ignoring the time of someone's, you know, the actual production time that someone spends on the game, then pretty much all games are $0. But you just have to consider how many hours of work it's going to take you to make the game. And your own skills, you know, you can call it skill capital. That's, you know, that can potentially be very valuable. Like Eastshade's actual expenses, I think, were less than $50,000, something like that, $50,000, $60,000. That's out-of-pocket expenses, paying for contractors, paying for software, stuff like that. But in terms of the, you know, opportunity cost of the hours that we spent on the game not having a job, the production budget for the game was closer to $1 million. So, and that's what I would put Eastshade's production budget at. You asked me what was the production budget of Eastshade. I would include the sweat equity in there. I would say, I think I've done the calculation, $750,000 is what I would calculate. Okay, so that's a cove. I know that there's some other stuff in here. Underground or something. Interiors, maybe? Classroom. Crystal or something, maybe crystal. Oh yeah, we already looked at the crystal one, so. Right? No? Not at all? Cave? Pastel caves? What happened to the one we just saw? Whatever. Okay, I think we're on our own here. Pastel cave? Yeah, here. Crystal cave, right there. Was. But looking at how Jacqueline thought to do it, she sort of like excludes the bottom wall, which I think is probably a good idea. And then does just like stalactites on the bottom. That is an option. I'm worried about the texturing of the wall. This is turning out to be, I really thought that this was actually going to be easy. I don't really know why I thought that. But I thought it. Anyway. So let's see, what do we have here? So there is the walls here. We should delete the roof of this thing. I guess to your question, AJ, I think the way you're thinking about it, you don't need money to make a game because you can do everything yourself, right? But you need to the money is not, you know, do you have the skills to do everything yourself is a different question. then sometimes having money to pay people is easier than having all of the skills you need to do it all yourself. But there's not a lot of things you need money for to make a game, right? We're just all working on our computers, as long as you have your computer. There are a couple of things like localization. You want voice acting, but I wouldn't worry about it. I would just worry a lot more about getting your skills. I wouldn't worry about publishers. I wouldn't worry about, I know it's, you know, we fun to think about these things, but I wouldn't worry about, I mean, you're 16 years old. I would just worry about, you know, developing your chops. All that matters. I'm just seeing what happens sort of when we delete the roof off of this thing, when we delete the ceiling off. Delete a little bit more here. And then this will certainly have to delete. Let me grab the seam. Select the seam. Oh, you know what? Actually, we could do. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to go select seam. Or it's probably just in the select menu. Select all by traits. No, it's not that one. Select similar. There's got to be one for select the seam, right? Select more or less. That's not what I want. Select all by trait, non-manifold. I'll try non-manifold. Okay, so that's not what we want. I want to select the seam. Anything about the seam? There's a mark seam. Maybe I could like tear on seams. So mesh, seams from island. No. Is there no way to select seams? I might have to Google it. Blender, select seams. Shift G. Okay, this is probably a new Blender. I hate when they give the hotkey instead of the name of the command, because everybody's hotkeys are different. Select seam. Mark seam. To select existing seams, enter edge mode. Select one seam edge, and then what is Shift G? Shift G, what does it mean? I'll try it. I mean, it's not going to be the same thing for me. Oh, select similar seam. I'm full of shit. That actually worked. Okay. Yeah, now I'm going to rip it. So let's rip. There we go. Now we're cooking. Actually, no, I'm not going to rip it yet. Back up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all these verts. Cool. Okay. Now I should be able to, actually, you know what? Maybe it's even better. Let's back up. Is grow the selection. Now I'll go into face mode. And then we'll maybe delete the top off. Maximum now. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Select similar seam. Thank you, Aku's art. Sorry, I wasn't watching the chat. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. Aku's art says, you probably already answered this somewhere before. Is there a specific reason you use an old version of Blender? Yes, I use an old version of Blender because I wrote a custom exporter for it that I can't live without. And if I were to upgrade to the new version of Blender, I would have to rewrite that exporter because all the APIs have changed around. Isaac says, coding games as a hobby project can still earn you money even if the game fails. I got a job as a software engineer mostly based on my coding experience doing bad hobby games. Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta, you know, I feel like any skill that is employable, you know, often starts as a hobby. There are some skills you learn just on the job. Like, I don't know if you need to like learn, you know, laying brick off the job. I think someone probably teaches you that, but certainly, you know, a lot of the technical skills you You learn to do them and then someone hires you to do it. So for sure, for sure. Krook says, do you need to be very muscular to be a good game dev? Wait, what? Mascular? For handling all those mouse clicks and keyboards? Okay, all right, it was a joke. I was like, whoa, what are you talking about? Well, I will say, when you're sitting on your ass, you know, however many hours a day, it is generally a good idea to do some kind of exercise. Probably doesn't have to be muscle building exercise, but I'm sure that doesn't hurt either. Okay, so I'm just going to delete the top. So there we've deleted the top off of the off of our little tubes here. I genuinely thought this was going to be so much easier, but it's not looking easy so far. We need a branch. Oh, you know, eShade has a bunch of like stalactites and stalagmites I'm sure we could just bring in and use. Might be able to get rid of that. That's not really doing anything for us. It's pretty much all back faces. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that. So that could be sort of like an exit. Let's see. I'll partition this off. I thought we were going to be cooking already. Not nearly as easy as I thought it was going to be. Why does it take so damn long to undo? I'm going to exit out of Blender. I think it's maybe going to clear out some cache or something. Go open up that cave. Oh, you know, I don't even have it. I'm not even checking it in yet. I think it's in Giant Cave. I think that's what we were just working on. No. Oh, well, I know some stuff. I've been doing this for a while. But don't know everything, you know, and like I said, you know, advice is, I don't know how much advice even helps. Aku's Art says, I have a custom modeling plugin I can't live without, and it slowly deteriorates with updates until I have the energy to fix it. Yeah, for sure. No. I would think a modeling plugin would be a lot harder. My exporter is pretty simple. I'm not actually like writing the mesh data. It actually is just doing a bunch of things Blender can already do. It's just basically I just want it to export one mesh file. I use Collada, but it doesn't really matter. But I just want it to export one mesh file for every dummy in the scene. So I make a bunch of cube dummies, and then the dummies, it looks at their children, it combines them into one big mesh, so it consolidates materials, and then it exports one mesh, one Collada file for each dummy in my scene. That way I can have a lot of things in my scene, and I can have them built out of a lot of different objects in Blender and not worry about, you know, it coming into Unity with 20,000 objects. Not nearly as easy as I thought it would be, right? Totally. So, hey, sometimes actually though, sometimes it's surprising. Sometimes it does come together. And since I already had this like cave system and I'd already kind of made a cave-like thing, I thought that we had a shot here. Okay, one issue, it's driving me insane how long it takes to do an undo operation. I like can't work like this. It's like takes 10 seconds. One issue is that I really feel like the cave is, I just hit undo and I'm waiting now. I really feel the cave is very heavily relying on the water going down the middle. I feel like it looks very bad without that. And I don't know if we can use that trick in every single tube of the cave. I just can't believe how much harder, how bad this is turning out. What am I going to do here? What am I going to do? Let me look at some reference. Beautiful, like, I want to see like beautiful caves, isometric cave. That's what I need. Beautiful isometric. Our game is not isometric, but like there's really, I don't know what else to type in. There's no word. Why is there no word for a camera that is just like looking down, but like top down is usually, people when think top down, they think like completely top down, which almost no game is like that. But isometric is like sort of a very specific thing. This is freaking gorgeous. So this, I don't like that. It's just like cut off right here. We need a more elegant way to do this. Yeah. It does seem like the most common way to do it is just to remove the wall closest to the camera. And that does seem to be like the sort of most cave-like, cozy sort of feeling. Yeah, we don't have an environment like this. What is that game? Chrono Trigger Cave. How do they do it in Chrono Trigger? Chrono Cross maybe is the one I'm thinking of. No. So at least in Chrono Cross, they're doing like a full edge-to-edge thing with the cave. That's a lot harder, makes the detail burden a lot higher. So is that really how the caves were? Just like that, huh? Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. BG3 locations. So the reason why I don't think BG3 will work is because BG3 is like full. BG3 is just full 3D, like the full world 3D. The camera's in the cave. It's literally inside the cave. Whereas I'm looking for something that is a more sort of diorama situation. But yeah, just removing this wall seems to be, at least it's already removed enough because you can't see. So should I worry about layout now at this point, or is it like too early to worry about that? And how big do I make the cave? I know there needs to be at least one branch in the cave. Maybe I'll just leave this one, the sort of main. We need to remove all this stuff, like all this stuff. Okay, and we need to seal the other side of this, so that's for sure. I'm thinking we need some kind of offshoot over here. So I don't know, maybe I'll take, I don't even like the direction of this, of the cave right here though. It's so hard. Let's maybe select one edge. I'll go shortest path. Shortest path. Select another edge here. Shortest path. 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 Then we'll go all the way. Ideally, all the way. The edge here. Oh my god, that was the shortest path? How? How's that possible? Weird. I'm gonna try to guide it through this mess. Surely now we've got a straight shot. There we go. Now we'll rip it. Okay, now this should all be its own thing, this top piece. Now I'll just delete it. There we go. And now I could just grab this entire edge. I'll just go Alt L. Should, nope. Didn't select all the non-manifold stuff. Let's do select non-manifold. And then, gosh, I'm pretty sure we want to get rid of all that. Like, let's get rid of all these edges. We don't want those selected. I'm trying to get rid of this weird little donut thing at the end. It makes sense in 3D why we would need one of those, but now we don't want one for what we're making now. I'm just gonna try to deselect these edges. I have a really bad feeling right now. I have really bad, don't feel good about this. Not going the way that I wanted it to go. I really thought this was going to be easy. I thought we'd be able to knock out a cave in a night, but it's not looking good. Keep that. We don't want those faces gone. That's probably pretty good. We can delete those faces. All this garbage, let's delete that. Delete this. Okay. Probably enough. Going on here. You made all the roads, etc. in Blender. Yeah. Yes, I did. So using our new sort of method, I can't believe how much harder this is than I thought. I really can't. I wonder if sort of like doing the stalactites and stalagmites will save us. Doubt it, but I wish there was an easier way to select this entire edge. So what I'm thinking, I guess, is to just sort of do something like that. And then map this to like a stalactite, stalagmite sort of alpha. Like a, I'll just have Jacqueline draw like stalactite, stalagmite texture. In fact, I'll prototype one right now because I guess if that works, then that's a good sign. As far as the top, what are we going to do for the top here? It's so jagged. Well, I'll worry about that in a second. Mars Motion says it's easier to start simple and go complex than fix a complex mesh and go simple. Well, it's a pretty simple mesh. I mean, it's just a tube. I've done it a lot though. I've taken meshes from Eastshade in Eastshade for other buildings and other caves and other mountains and other cliffs and stuff. And I'll take something that's already like done and I'll just change it a little bit and make it work perfectly for the new thing. I don't want to start all over from scratch. I feel like there's no way I'm going to just be able to knock out a cave quickly like that. I mean, it depends on the mesh, but in this case, I thought this had a great shot at working because I've already seen it work. I literally took, I took a completely done mesh from Eastshade and put it into our highly illustrated 2.5D game, and I made this interior right here. And it looks awesome, especially from the camera angle that the players actually see it, and it works perfectly. So I was just trying to do something like that. But if I start with a simple mesh, well, then I'm just modeling an entire cave. But if I were to model a cave, I would just model what I already have. I'm just trying to get the mesh to just sort of figure out a shtick, how we're going to draw it. Really more of a design problem than it is an art problem, I guess. Like, I guess kind of almost like a visual design problem. Dark forest cave. But not going well, but we've got a shot here. It might work. Catch up here. These are, think of module set to me. No, definitely not that. That's the dark path. I made a lot of caves. I made a lot of really beautiful caves. A lot. Because we want a really small, tight. We don't need a cave system. We just need a cave with a couple branches, and it's pretty small what we need. So I think that sort of the whole modular approach is going to be really bad for us. In fact, I really never use modular approaches in any of the stuff we've ever done for Eastshade with its magnificent caves, many different kinds of caves. Wisp of Kind, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. But I could see it working, for someone else, but just not right now for our use case. Koyu Koopa says, what is it hard to match the art style at 2D made asset and keep the same style 3D assets you made in Blender? You would think, well, there was a lot. There were a lot of like things that I did in the lighting model with the shaders and stuff, but it seems to work pretty well now. I mean, we use a lot of 3D meshes in the game, and it works pretty well. Okay. Many kinds of caves, but we don't need many kinds of caves. No, yeah, we don't need that. Work on Elder Scrolls Online. Cool. Koyu Koopa says, oh, right. I've already read that question. I was sort of reading them in a weird order. Gotcha. Well, that's cool. Yeah, Definitely both very valid approaches, but I think that would be absolutely insane to start making a tile set for this one cave. Plus, even if I made a tile set, I don't even know what I'm making. Like, I literally don't even know what the cave is supposed to look like, because it's not just a normal 3D cave the way that, you know, like Eastshade's Howling Caverns is like what we just took from here, Howling Caverns Eastshade. This is just like a normal cave where I sort of know, you know, oh, this is that's like the reference of Howling Caverns. It's so funny that they track that down. But this is the Howling Caverns from Eastshade right here. This cave right here. Like a Dear Esther thing. Speaking of that, I think I'm going to grab these stalactites and stalagmites and I'll see if I can art the place up. But right now I want to try to make a texture, because I don't really know the look. Once I find the look, then it should be easy. So I'm just going to make a texture with stalactites and stalagmites. Or just rather stalactites. Let's go with 1024. Oops, what happened there? Oh, right, pixels, yeah, okay, 1024, 1024. And then I guess I'll just try some gray. And oh, this is soft brush. This is all about the silhouette right here. Okay, so we'll start. God dang it. You know what? I'm just going to outline it like this. Okay, I just thought of something. We should really be using a double wide texture for this. So let's go 2040, at least double wide. And I'm just going to make some like vaguely stalactite and stalagmite shapes. And it really is just the big reed here. I only care about the big reed. I'm not going to make it look pretty right now. Something like that. Okay, let's fill that and then just, I don't even care if it tiles. Who cares? It's not going to help me with the big reed if it tiles well. And sort of make them a little bit more stalactite, stalagmite-y. Fill in some of these like that. As a proof of concept, let's save this as into the assets, textures, stalactites. And then let's make another material, base it off of the cave dark walls, cave walls. And we'll call this cave stalactites dark forest. I'll copy that. You can check the temperature really quick. It's really hot in here. Okay, and the base texture. Okay, so this is like a terrain. I'm just going to use a cutout. Cutouts. Stalactites. And then I'm going to stick that. So now we have the material. And I'll pop back over to Blender. And I'm just going to grab all those faces and add a new material. Oops. I should have added a combo material there. That was an accident. Whatever. Okay. New material. Right. So what we wanted to do is add this new material, stalactites, dark forest, and then this one, the other one, we want to change that one to the cave walls, of course. Should be good. And I'll just, as a sanity check, I'll just go ahead and select. That's incorrect. So these ones we want to assign. There. Select that. Easy. Okay, save that. And now we'll just go into the UVs. And I'll just do an unwrap on them. You know, I'll go ahead and stick them on our stalactite texture. We'll go to the textures folder. Grab the stalactites, and then I'll look at the textured view in Blender. Got all kinds of the vertex colors. I think we might just want to do a straight bake. That'll probably be better. But for now, I'm thinking I'll just clear out. I can't imagine we need those vertex colors for anything right now. So let's just clear out the vertex colors from the mesh. Let's mesh and just remove the vertex color. Wow, that's crazy. Let's put all this stuff on the cut rock texture. Like mountain rock or whatever. Let's go into the textures. Think about rock, mountain rock. Come on, rock test. Cliff rock, is that it? Black rock? What is the name of the texture? What is it? Cliff rock or grotto? Cliff rock grotto. Let's stick that one on there. Okay. There. Oh, now I can see it's tiling way too hard too. So just turn that down a little bit. That might make it look a little better. Also rotate it 90 degrees. Might make it look better. Yeah, I think that that's better. Okay, so now looking at this one right here. Why is it? Oh no, that's correct. That's the correct. No, it's not. It's flip it 180 degrees. There we go. And I'll just go ahead and move all the way to the top. I'll maybe just squash the verts down to be flat. And maybe I'll squash these ones down too. All the way to the bottom here. This is a sort of sanity check. Oh. Hey, this might work. This might work because it already kind of reads in Blender. We've got a chance. God. Surprising. It does look like we need, if we're going to do this, we want it to be a little bit more full up at the top there. Like, we don't want it to quite cut so deep in like it's doing. I'm just going to make sure it doesn't cut so deep like that. There's lots of little stalactites going in there. Make sure it has a nice silhouette. Not a nice silhouette, this is garbage, but I just want it to kind of read like, you know, what we're going for. And let's have a muck about. Let's run around in there, see if it gets the job done in any way. I'm still a little worried about the river in the middle because I think I worry without the river if it's going to be like dynamic enough to carry any sort of visual weight. So it still looks like it's a little bit big in general. I wish the background, let's make the background bigger, but I actually think that's going to work. I want this like bottom edge to be a little bit less laser beamy. But if we can sort of like cover that edge with something, and make that stalactite texture match. Got a shot. Got a shot here. There has to be a lot more dynamism. Like, I don't even know. Let's see. Okay, let's scale it down just a little bit. Let's go into dark forest cave. And let's go like 0.7. And then I'll just grab this and just pull it away a little bit. I think we might even be able to shorten that. Something like that. Could add our fork right here. Yeah, it's just so dry without some kind of shtick grab onto. We could add like the stalactites and stalagmites. But we've already deleted too much of that. I think we should probably keep it simple. We don't want to try to make too many different caves. I'm just going to commit to sort of deleting part of this. This big thing looked pretty good though, so maybe we could just stick that in there. Actually, maybe we should stick it with its little piece of terrain it came with. I just hit undo 3 times. I don't know why this file takes so long to undo. I really don't. It's really hard to work though. Very annoying. Very strange. Let's grab the piece of terrain that it's on. Maybe I'll just grab all this terrain, like that much. Duplicate, section it off. Set the origin to the geometry. And just move that big old thing over like here. Maybe we'll even scale it down a little. Something like that. And if we are going to have any waterfalls, they should not be going the way that they're going. They should be turned the other way. So we should lower this whole section with the rocks and everything. Oh, that comes with the river? Of course it does. Okay. I wonder if deleting this will make our scene run faster, because I'm really struggling with how slow it is to undo. Is like really difficult. Now I know that these offer a lot more detail, but they're also, I don't know really how much it's going to help us. Got the proxified mesh over there. I bet that that's the thing taking so long to undo. I don't really think I need it anymore. I'm just gonna like, I want to delete it because it is so slow. So I'll delete it. Okay, now let's see about undoing. Yep, that was it. It was that mesh. It was taking forever. So we need at least 2 branches. So I want to try to move all this stuff. Oh, that's so nice to be able to undo. Here we go. Something like that. That's not going to be a problem. We could merge that up. Just cut a hole in this. Real sloppy here. It doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to all work like watertight. Again, if we were making a 3D game, I would do it completely different, but since we're making Songs of Glimmerwick from a fixed camera angle, which is mostly 2D and there's no lighting to worry about or anything, we can do stuff like this just fine. That's great. No problem. I can just cover up that seam with any old thing and it'll be fine. But this is kind of weird how is it a river? Is it a lake? If it's a river, it shouldn't fork. So this has to be a tributary, and it's just, it's so whack to have a tributary. To have a tributary underground is completely insane. I mean, it is a fantasy game, but still, I mean, you gotta like somewhat base in reality. And I just wonder if I should make it something else. I want to keep this thing compact, that's for sure. I don't want it to go too crazy. Let's see what we're at. Let's see where we're at. Let's just export it and run around. Changes. I think it'd make a big difference if this background was really filling up the entire place. I think that would help me a lot. And then in terms of the lighting, like it's gonna need something, some kind of detail. We can patch all that up, no problem. If I bake like an AO map here, it's gonna look really bad, I'm sure. Let's try it. Why not? Let's try it. Let's give it a whirl. So bake, ambient occlusion, easy. Okay, it does absolutely nothing. That's pretty much what I thought it would do. Could just mix some kind of dark, at least some kind of gradient going on. Again, I'm just sort of searching, seeing what's going to look good for the big read. We'll export that. Yeah, the undo seemed to get fast. Seemed to be that one mesh that was just so dense because it had a noise modifier on it. Kind of like Mars Motion mentioned, but I'd already done that. That's how I made this cave in the first place, and I just had it sticking around just in case I did still want it to modify. Ron Brayan says, is that Blender 2.79? Yes, it is. I have a custom exporter, and that's why I haven't updated to the new Blender. Don't want to rewrite my exporter. Wisp of Kind says, what's your approach to lighting in Songs of Glimmerwick? Are lights mostly baked? So there's a lot of different things going on with the lighting. There's no directional lighting on the shaders. There's a lot for, I would say most of the lighting in Songs of Glimmerwick, at least in the exterior, we have cast shadows. And then we also have decals, literal decals for contact shadows. And that's how we do that. Like literal little shadow decals under everything. Here, I'll show you. So here's like we're outside, and every single like bush and everything has this little shadow under it right here. See that little gradient? And that's like all the contact shadows for everything sitting on the ground. And then we also have the craziest trick ever. I go through a bunch of our lighting tricks in one of our dev logs, but I also do like big soft alpha blend cards over the whole top of the scene. It's actually pretty crazy, which is a trick of my own invention. I've never seen anybody do it. You can look like over here. I call it fake volumetric light because it's literally just a bunch of alpha cards. You can see like stuff going on here with the lighting, and it's all designed for the camera. But if I turn off the layer for transparent effects, you can see the whole world gets like a lot less, like that really big, large scale gradient stuff. You can see the whole world gets a lot sort of flatter and deader. But I use this big gradient to like push and pull values, and I kind of work with like almost like a painter. I want to run around in the cave and see if we're any closer. Ron is just fine. Okay, rock on. Yeah, it's been it's pretty old now, but there's nothing in the new ones that I even need. Boy, Yakuba said, "Oops, I fell through the world." I wonder why I fell through the world. Ed, what's your approach? Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong order. In what language did you write the exporter to Blender? Yeah, just Python. It's really quite simple. It's not anything fancy. I just needed it to export one collada file for each dummy and combine all the materials together. So let me see why I fell. Okay, so the entry, just pull this. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Take that cave and just pull this back, like right here. Give it a save, and I should be able to run around again, hopefully. The entry. I'll just move this down a little bit. Okay. Let's see if I can dig up the devlog. I know people always are asking questions about the lighting and the whole like 2D, 3D workflow. Very bizarre in Songs of Glimmerwick. But let me just link here our devlog. Let's see, where actually are you from Twitch? Oh no, you're from Twitch, so probably I'm trying to think of the one that has all the lighting tricks. I can't actually remember which one it is. I think it's devlog 2. I think it's this one. So I'm going to link to devlog 2, which covers most of our super weird pipeline. How we mix 2D and 3D, how we do our, like what we use tiling textures for, what we use illustration sprites for, how we do our lighting and all that. Covers all of that. Let me close this 7-zip. Didn't I flatten these out? I guess I didn't. I need to flatten them out. So, I don't know. It's really not what I envisioned. This area is way too big. And I'm gonna make the water like have the correct markup and everything. I have no doubt that I can make all the water and everything look a lot better. I just don't know about this. And maybe it's just the fact that this tube is going completely horizontal across the screen. It looks really bad. Even this thing, you know, if I increase the texel density on that, it might look a little bit better. I could just sort out the bottom there, no problem. Confident of that. And then we would have like an exit here. And then maybe another exit here, potentially. More like game caverns, isometric, RPG. What? Oh, what's like Icewind Dale? Icewind Dale caves. Eh. Trying to see what other people have done here. I'm gonna be right back, folks. All right, let's see. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oops. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the interior into the scene here. And look, I'm going to put a viz camera in. Call this viz camera. Just so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, that's actually not what I want. Okay, let's back that out. Just duplicate, and we'll just call it viz cam. I'm just going to give it like a really high priority. Actually, it'd probably be easier if I created an empty object to go right here. I'll look through the viz cam. I see where that empty object is, or where the camera's pointing. Put my empty object there. I'll just give it like a box, or like a, I don't know, a mesh render. Give it a cube. A cube. And then I'll put the viz cam as a child of that. I'll call it viz cam. I can kind of see what I'm doing a little bit better. Actually, if I save that and then back up, I can actually just move the viz cam around. So this is a pretty wide. Let's get this camera sort of pointing right at the middle of that purple thing. Pretty wide view here. Not the player's view. Let's get it a little tighter. Something closer to the player's view. Get it way closer. Even closer than that. And that, I think. Yeah, it was really close. The player's view was really close. So that's what we're looking at as the player. One of the problems too is like how the whole thing's oriented. Let me take everything in here and just rotate it a little that way. I always envisioned the fork, for whatever reason, just being a little bit more pointed up. And let's see if that makes it look any better. Oh, right, that little cube. Oh, I can't. I can't move things out of there. Prefab, I can't reorder the prefab. It's chaos. So one problem too right now is distracting me. I'm obsessed with values, and we have one tube that's a much brighter value than the other tubes. So it's kind of messing up my ability to look at it. It's like it's it's embarrassingly bad. I just don't know if it has any promise at all. If the route that I'm on has any promise whatsoever for making a cave. I don't know. I'm really struggling. I can't really tell. I wonder if this thing would look a lot better if we just increase the texel density like a crap ton. Ron says, I like the art style. It's calming. Well, thank you. Riffin says, I have soiled my pants. Why have you soiled your pants? Is it because it looks so bad? Is that why? Is it because our cave looks that bad? I wouldn't blame you. Pretty bad. That's a little bit closer to my vision. It's hard. Boy, maybe I need to cleanse my palette. Yeah, maybe I need to cleanse my palette. It's already 5:15. My baby boy is gonna wake up in like 2 hours probably. Okay, that's good. 2 hours, we can do a lot. So there was one matter of business. I really wanted to ask you guys something that I just need a little bit of help with. So we've got our Steam page. So I'm gonna link to our Steam page here. Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that, Riffin. That doesn't sound very good. Bad situation. Anyhow, back to what I was saying. I linked to our Steam page. I'm trying to figure out what the best screenshots for Songs of Glimmerwick are. And so I've assembled a poll. And we've got a bunch of new screenshots as well. And I'm just trying to hone in on what screenshots, not which ones are the prettiest, but which ones make you want to play the most. Because those are different things. And it's really hard for me to figure out which screenshots are actually the most driving for, like, you know, you see it and you can actually see the verbs of the game, or at least you see something in the screenshot that makes you want to actually buy the game and play the game. So I've linked one image and I'll put it up here. So here is a bunch of screenshots. And I linked to this image in the chat. So if you are watching and you'd like to participate in this, I'd be very grateful. I just linked to this image in the chat. And I'm wondering, so I'm gonna put a poll here. So let's see, I have all the answers here. Okay, create poll. Okay, copy, and this should be it. Let me just make sure that this works. Yes, okay, let me ask the question. The poll is, which 2 screenshots make you want to play the game the most? But not necessarily the prettiest, but if it happens to be the prettiest, that's okay too. No, I'll just make it simple. Not necessarily the prettiest. You guys know what I'm saying. Create poll. Okay, copy. Make sure that poll is working. So if you guys could take a look. And again, I linked to the actual image in the chat. So you can click on it and you can see all the screenshots are in one image and you can zoom in. It's very high resolution. But it's also good to see them from afar, from like thumbnail, because that is kind of how people see them on Steam. They'll just see the thumbnail. So let me link to the poll. And I'd love if you guys could vote on the 2 screenshots that you feel like make you want to play the game the most. Not necessarily the prettiest, just which ones make you want to play the game. Because that's the most important part. It's actually more important than the prettiest. Because, you know, pretty game, not everyone wants to play a pretty game if it doesn't look like the game is going to be interesting to play. The link did not show for me. Wait, really? That's weird. You couldn't click on that Imager link. That is mind-blowing. So does Imager not work in the UK? Huh. Can anyone else confirm that they can actually click on that link? Go to Twitch. So there's the link. Okay, it works for me. Is anyone having trouble viewing that link? Works for me. Weirdo the Farmer, thank you, appreciate it. Huh. Well, if you can't click on the link, I guess you can see the screenshots. Oh no, you're talking about the actual game, Songs of Glimmerwick. That's weird. Can everyone click on the game, Songs of Glimmerwick? This says viewing store in beta mode. I think that's just from me. Can y'all open the Steam link to Songs of Glimmerwick? Not that you actually need to see the Steam page, but. So I haven't looked at the results yet of the poll. Okay. Oh, do I have to? How do I look at the results? Let's see. Do I have to vote to look at the results? I don't want to mess up the. Yeah, I think I do have to vote. Looking at the game in Steam is fine. Okay, good to go. Good to know. Thanks, Ron. All right. Well, then if I have to vote to see the results, then I guess I'll vote. Really want to vote. In terms of which one makes me want to play the game the most. Gosh, I don't know. It's hard. I almost don't want to sully the. Okay, well, at least I'll do. At least I'll do E. I'm not going to do 2 votes. So I'm asking everyone to check 2 boxes. Of course, you can check. It'll let you check more, but just don't. I trust you all. Okay, so the votes are coming in. I'll keep them off screen, actually, so it doesn't color anybody's opinion. Let's see. It doesn't actually tell me how many people voted. Oh, there it is. Show count. Okay, that's good. Very nice. Thank you to everyone who's voting. I really appreciate it. So again, if anyone has been somewhat listening but doesn't quite know what we're doing, we are voting on these screenshots. We're voting which one makes you want to play the game the most. And yeah, just vote once, but check 2. Check 2 results. Is anybody voting still that intends to vote and is still deciding, or has everyone already cast their vote? So you need to trust chat. I absolutely trust chat. I have absolutely no idea why someone would game the system. I guess they really want their screenshot that they like the best to win. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there's no security at all. Can you just press vote without checking anything? You know what? I bet I could have done that, Riffin. I should have. That was a good idea. Let me catch up with chat. Thank you, folks, for voting. But the wishlist link didn't show up for Riffin. Interesting. A and E, A and C. Okay, looking at the game. Oh, right. I already read that one. It says they tell the best story. Okay, so I think everybody's done voting who is going to vote. So let me get our results. All right, so we have pretty clear winner of A and E. It's it's pretty spread out though. That's really interesting. Like it wasn't all one. We have quite a few votes for the other ones as well. It'd be so nice to have more data. But A and E are the winners. So let me look at A, okay, and E. All right. So those are the two best screenshots that make you want to play the game the most. Fafa was saying that it feels like those screenshots tell the best story. Yeah, I agree with you. They seem to be, like, verbs are very clear, I guess. Like in this one, it looks like you're going to be talking to this guy who's probably going to give you a quest, and in this one, you're fishing. Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for voting. Really appreciate that. Let's look at, looks like K was the only next one that had more than one. Okay, so quite a few people are voting for K. Can anyone who voted for K tell me why they liked K? What was it about K? I guess there's only two of you, so you certainly don't have to respond if you don't want to. Weirdo the Farmer says it was E and K. So lots of people like E. I'm surprised by how far and away A has won. I'm curious if we should do another poll that is the most boring. Is your least favorite, like the most worthy of cutting, that inspires you to play the least? I'd be curious about that. Like if we had to cut, some of these screenshots, which would it be? I'm curious. I want to be in E and K. The winner is A for sure. Oh yeah, I might have said a letter that I didn't mean. I don't know. But I was saying that it's interesting that this one pulled away so far. The weirdo says for K, that's the one with all the people. Okay, you want to be in there. It's cozy, I see. I think E is a shame because the honk house is really interesting, but it's not framed in the most flattering way. So E, oh, did I read that wrong? I think, Fafa, you're saying, I think E is a shame because the conch house, I think you're probably talking about F, right? I can see how it looks like an E. So I was trying so hard to not just show pretty parts of the game. I was trying to really show game verbs, and that's why I did F, because F shows you riding in a boat. And without showing riding in a boat, like if I just framed the conch house, the shell, it would just be kind of another environment shot. Whereas now F is showing you riding in the boat. But I see what you mean. Like it's not the prettiest way to frame that particular shot. But I don't know. I mean, if I'm thinking about game verbs and I'm thinking about players who want to actually know what you do in the game, I feel like showing them that you could ride in a boat on the water is, a lot more exciting than just showing them that there's another cool place. So I don't know. It's so hard, man. G is the least interesting one. Very curious about that. Okay, so you're not curious at all to see that the game has a skill tree. Because I was, that with my thinking with that one was that, like, players are, they often come into a Steam game and they want to know how meaty is this game? How much is there to sink my teeth into? And showing the skill, people basically are zero reading. Like, very few players will actually read a single thing. Of course, once you're already interested in the game, then you might read something. But before you actually become interested in the game, most of them don't even watch the trailer. They don't even watch 1 second of the trailer. They only click and they look at like 2 or 3 screenshots and then they're gone. So at least if they see this, then they'll know, okay, it's more like an RPG. This is not just like you know, adventure game thing. But again, I can see why you say it's boring. It's literally UI, which some people say don't even show UI, but there's kind of a new trend going that is like, no, show UI in your screenshots, because people want to know, like, literally what can you do in this game. And the UI is very good at illustrating, like, okay, well, there's a skill tree, so I know it has RPG stuff. And look, I can see all of these little icons. I can tell there's probably farming. I can tell there's probably swimming. I can tell there's probably like little spells and potions and things you can cast. The text, I can tell, oh, that's interesting. You can talk to frogs. Office says, is there a way to make it look like you're boating toward the conch? Probably. To be honest, I don't have a problem with any of the images. Okay. They all sort of seem like they're telling you something about the game. Couldn't see that it was a skill tree from that far. Yeah, I feel that. I think the screenshot list made very good for voting and show many aspects of the game. Okay, so you think that all those screenshots together, that was like a good screenshot pack in general? Like if I just put all those on Steam, it would sort of tell you a bit about the game and you would feel interested. Is that what you're saying, weirdo? Let's do cut candidates. Let's do that. Let's just run that. I'm trying to gather information here. Okay. So the poll is, which two screenshots are the weakest? Make you the least excited to play. So that is the poll that we're doing. Let's copy. Here we go. So I'm going to post this into chat. Same thing. I'll link to the screenshots again if anyone wants to look at them closer. If anyone's just now tuning in, we're voting on this like pack of screenshots that I've made of the game. And the new poll is, I want people to tell me what they think the weakest screenshot in this bunch is. So like the screenshot that tells them the least about the game or that makes them the least excited to play the game. Either it's showing something that they think would be boring, they don't want to play that, or it's showing something that, I don't know, is like unremarkable. Like they're like wondering why the devs included it, and they're questioning, you know, how the quality level of the game, if they had to include a shot like that, they couldn't find anything better to put, that sort of thing. Just generally the weakest shot from a what does this tell you about the game perspective. Wisp of Kind says M is a bit boring and looks kind of cheap compared to the other picks. Let's see, which one is M? Okay. Okay. So yes, this one is definitely environmentally a lot weaker than the other shots. It's so hard because like that one it's a weaker screenshot, but it's showing a game verb because you're actually like cutting a tree, but maybe it doesn't even really show that very well. So M is a cut candidate. Ability tree is nice. Okay. Weirdo says, for me, yes. Like you said with UI, boat, show some bright and cozy place. Someplace darker with mystery. Okay, okay. So this is the first poll. I want to hold on to that. And hey, null exception. No idea what that was about. Cutting a tree. Oh, okay. Okay, good to know. So it did not actually tell you that. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, whoops, that's the screenshots. We don't need that. So I'm going to try just voting. I did not select an option. So let's add another weakest shot in the game. I'll just go with M. Let's just go with M. Guys, something wrong happened. Is this the same poll? Is it adding? Did it? I think I broke something because this doesn't make any sense, right? Doesn't make any sense. I think it must be adding. It didn't actually make a new poll, right? Let me refresh this one. Yeah. Yeah, it's adding. I messed up my data. Well, okay, I remember it was A and E were the strongest ones. I cannot believe it didn't make a new poll. I mean, I said create poll, right? So how do you like... I don't know how to make it like point to a new piece of data. Is this going to be the same sort of thing? Let's go here. So I'm going to vote for nobody, vote for this. Look, it added. How do I like start a new poll? What's going on here? It keeps adding to my poll. Just like... Okay. Which screenshots are weakest? I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm going to have to make you vote again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. I skipped I, J, K, L, M. Nobody vote for this. And I'll create the poll. There's got to be a whole new poll, right? So now we have completely muddled data. Nobody vote for this. Okay, now I've actually made a new poll. I don't know why it kept pointing to the old poll. Very annoying. Sorry, everybody. Okay, now people vote for your the two weakest screenshots in your opinion. So this data is poisoned, but I remember the top ones, A was the top by a wide margin, and then E was the runner-up. It was 4 and 3 for A and E. So now I'm asking the question to the chat. Which screenshots do you think are the weakest of the bunch? Sorry to make everyone vote again if you already voted on the last one. Make sure this is going to the right poll. Okay, cool. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I might have missed some stuff. I assume the character was just playing the flute. Okay, good to know. Waiting for the poll results to come in. Should be the most recent poll link I just put. Don't click on any of the other links. And you should know that it's the right one based on the stats when you vote. I think everyone can see the results, right? I have no votes coming in, which is interesting. You linked a results, not a poll. Oh, how many times is it going to take me to get this? I am so dumb. Copy link. Okay. So if I put this now, there we go. Sorry, everybody. Nobody can vote. Okay. Now people should be able to vote. Hopefully. The latest link that I put, I'm really hoping people will be able to vote on the weakest screenshot out of the bunch. And these aren't even, the only screenshots that are already on the Steam page right now, I believe are C and M and L. All of the other ones are new. Okay, Got F and G. H and M. Thank you to everyone who's voted so far. I'm curious if A and E are going to show up at all, because if they don't, then we know we've got a clear winner. I think so far we just have 2 people who voted. Anyone else wants to vote on the weakest screenshot? The weakest screenshots out of the bunch here, the weakest 2. Just 2 votes for which screenshots you think are the least impactful. Cheapest looking, the least interesting, or something. A and E, no exception is saying, have similar vibe. I feel like A is fishing. So A is at least showing the verb of fishing, and E is showing the verb of going up to a quest giver, like a staged NPC, I feel like. It's interesting though, I thought that C was even now was our strongest screenshot, but C didn't, as far as I know, didn't get any votes. Go back to the oh, somebody did vote for C, although I don't know if it's somebody that voted for the weakest or the strongest. I assume it's for the strongest, because nobody's voted for C yet in the new poll. Of course, it's possible that whoever voted for that is gone now, or otherwise not voting. I'm still only getting, looks like just 2 people have voted. They're bored of my charade. People are bored of my charade. They don't want to vote. I understand. Wisp of Kind says, I think you don't need 2 pics with text, D and J. D looks better because J... Oh, D looks better because J shows the city, which also represented C. M is the worst. Okay, M is the worst. You don't need D and J. Both show text. And you think D looks better. Okay. I'm having poll problems. I'm imagining people must be voting on a poll. The most recent poll I posted, there should be the one. When I click on it, I get which screenshots are the weakest, and that should be what folks see. Hello, Wahab. Right now, I'm asking the chat which screenshot they feel is the weakest. And the poll that they should be clicking on is the most recent link2.run, the most recent message from eShade Studios. Poll posted, yeah, that which screenshots are weakest. That should be the most updated poll. Which screenshots are the weakest? And these are my results so far. I still only have 2 votes, it looks like. But yeah, I think that maybe, I think I confused people by posting too many polls, but I'll move on. Let's see here. Wesley, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, Wisp of Kind, did I thank you? Oh yeah, I think I did. I think I did. Okay, that seems like it's all the votes I'm gonna get. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate the help. I'm gonna have to scramble around our screenshots on our Steam page. Actually, I'll go to our ease and the ones on our Steam page. This is what our Steam page is looking like. I don't know why mine is being viewed in beta mode, but these are the ones we have. I have this screenshot in, like, the first 4 screenshots are the most important screenshots. And I think that, well, actually, I was talking to Jonas Tyroller, and he was saying that my first 4 shots are not necessarily even the best shots. Like this screenshot, even though I think that back when I was taking these screenshots, like, I was just really excited about our interiors, and I thought our interiors looked really special. And I do think they look special, but they don't seem to be screenshots that really move people. And plus, we have much better shots of this now. But yeah, this one, it doesn't really show any gameplay verbs. It just shows vaguely what the interiors look like in the game. So that's not a good one. I have to replace that one. This is one of the first screenshots we ever made for the game. And it sort of shows, like, you know, the sort of forest look of the beginning area. And it's just no longer even close to one of our top screenshots, I think. I mean, this used to be the best looking part of the game, believe it or not, at one point, and now it doesn't even make the top 10, I don't think. We've got way better looking areas. This area, I still think looks pretty good. It looks even better now. We did a whole pass on it. It has way more detail. It has big ferns. But yeah, I think that, like, 2 of these are sort of both dark. These have somewhat similar color palettes, and it doesn't represent we've got to have game verbs in those first 4 shots. There has to be something. And we should also have just a crap ton of variety. And looking at, like, at least A is a game verb, and everyone is saying it's our best shot so far out of the bunch. So A is a game verb. So that will, I think, be our new #1 shot. A lot of people are liking E. I think that can maybe replace our, like, forest running shot. It also has a different color palette. It's a lot more yellow rather than green. And people were liking K too. I don't know if any of those other shots are making the cut. Yeah, we'll see. No Exception said, isn't it better to have fewer best screenshots? Asking because you have a lot on our Steam page. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Like, I know that when people come into a Steam page, they want to see the scope of the game. And I feel like the scope of our game is absolutely bananas. And I want to show that. Like, I want to show all, like, this looks like a totally different area. This is a totally different interior. Like, I want to show off the breadth, you know? But I don't know, maybe it's too many. Like, I feel like, I guess at the time, I felt like when people are flipping through these, they're going to be like, wow, there's, like, you can do a lot of stuff in this game. Frustrating though, because it's really the shots with the verbs are not the prettiest shots. Like, this is an incredibly verby shot. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell what's going on here, but she's summoning a rain cloud, and it's, you know, it's an ugly screenshot, but it's illustrative for what you do in the game. This is empty. Oh man, this is terrible. I gotta update all these. Well, that's definitely high priority, but for another time. At the very least, I can update this one. All right, thanks everyone. Get out of these. Get back to this cave nightmare. So, still trying to figure out. I thought I could cleanse my palette by doing the screenshot thing. I don't know if it cleansed my palette. Actually feeling a little bit defeated. Like I might need to go back to the drawing board. I feel like if I could just find a reference that looked cool. Cave interior from top down video game. Null exception says your game is hard to sell its verbs because the visuals are so good they overwhelm you in seeing the details of what's happening. You just stare and enjoy the picture. Interesting. I wonder. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's really hard. It's hard to know. I mean, it is a like I know that the visuals of our game are like sort of, you know, one of the biggest selling points. And maybe I should just put the prettiest screenshots forward, and maybe that's enough, and maybe that will get people interested. eShade is similar. The verbs are not sticky, really. I mean, you don't see the verbs and just want to play. Like it's not like, you know, a game that has more like a game that you see the verbs and you just instantly want to play. I'm trying to like Angry Birds or something. I'm trying to think of a premium game that has that. I don't even know. But you know, eShade, we very much leaned into just the visuals, and I one might say that it worked for us, but I don't really think it did, because I don't really think that eShade sold that much. Like in the grand scheme of things, I feel like that it could have sold more if people really knew what the game was, because a lot of people just thought it was a walking sim, and to some people it was a walking sim, or at least close enough. They wouldn't have liked it. But I have to imagine there's a lot of people out there that if they knew that eShade was more like an RPG than a walking sim, that they would be interested in playing it. But maybe I'm overestimating the market. I'm not sure. It's just so hard to tell. Yeah. I mean, the holy grail is when you have really beautiful shots that also show off your game verbs. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's just so hard to do that. It's like you're playing like 5-dimensional chess. Like it's hard to, you know, make a pretty game. It's really hard to make a pretty game. I mean, look at me flounder on that. This is one of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened to me on stream. I feel like this cave is an absolute nightmare. It looks horrible, going in a horrible direction. And it's so hard to make things look good. But then on top of that, to worry about making sure that your game verbs actually happen in a place that looks good and show really well. Not only are they fun and tie into the meta loop and, you know, work really well as an adventure game, but they also show well in a screenshot, and they're your prettiest stuff. It's like too much. So hard. So this is like an asset pack sort of thing. I don't think any of these, I mean, all of these are better than what we have right now. What we have right now is absolute garbage. But none of these are like speaking to me as like a roadmap of what we should do. Maybe I should just start over. Maybe I should just give up. Maybe I should just quit game dev and sell my computer on eBay and call it. This is interesting. So this is sort of a simple outline. Now this is edge to edge. There's a huge difference between edge to edge and diorama style. And I don't really want to go edge to edge. I think that's going to give the cave a really big feeling that I don't really want to give the cave. Let me catch up with chat. Hey, Gary Dean, welcome. No, I can't do that. I can't do it, even if I wanted to. We've already invested. I just did the math yesterday, and we've already invested $1.5 million into Songs of Glimmerwick. That is how much money that we have spent making Songs of Glimmerwick. Ron says you could collect stamps. That's interesting. Collect stamps, like as a hobby in real life or as a game verb. Okay. Let's see. I do think we need to start over. Like, I think it's just not going well, clearly. So none of this is going well. I really thought it would work, but I was wrong. Virtually nothing about this is working. So I'm just going to delete absolutely everything. Start from the bottom, from the top, from the beginning. Hours and hours. That just didn't work. It worked perfectly for the other cave. I really thought it was going to work. So what are caves made of? They're made of, I look at this screenshot, which I think is obviously completely different than what we're doing here, but I do like the composition of the cave. Like, and I don't mean the composition of the frame. I literally mean like how the cave is built up. It's got this, I don't even know what that is on the bottom though. Is it water? No, clearly not. They're walking on it. Is it cobblestone? Anyway, they have a lot of stalactites and stalagmites that give the cave some form. And they have some round rocks. We just have to find the right mix of textures. I need to go into the assets folder and see if I can find the stalactites and stalagmites from Eastshade. So let's go into our Eastshade asset folder. Gosh, I'm feeling so defeated. I can't believe I worked on that for how many hours? 2 hours probably. I had so much gusto. I had so much motivation. Eastshade stuff. And asset creation. Go open that. Oh, right. Gotta go to 7-zip and put the path in there. Creation. Go to 3D. Okay, and then let's ST. I wonder why I'd put the stalactites and stalagmites. Statues. I don't see anything about that. Gotta be in Giant Cave, right? But I didn't see anything. I don't think I would have put it in Cave. Shh. I want to grab those models. It would be so easy. With chats. Wisp of Kind says, this is the kind of thought I had when first launched Unity and tried to make that stupid button click. Maybe a cave with airflow holes that play music, since the game is about songs. My first time seeing your game. That could be cool. Musical cave like that. Keeping track of this act. Hello, welcome back. I focus on which provokes curiosity and is psychologically moving. Gary Dean says, start over with the, yes, I'm starting over with the cave. I tried to make a cave by pillaging a bunch of E-Shade stuff, and it just did not work. It was not looking like it was going to work. I didn't see any inkling of anything. The prototype did not work. I couldn't, you squint your eyes, you know, and you can kind of see the big read if it's working or not, and it was not working. So I deleted everything and I'm starting over. I probably don't have that much time, but I bet my baby boy is going to wake up in like an hour. Ron says, I think you're being too hard on your images. I don't know, it's like, I mean, I think our game looks good, but I just really want, you know, I just want to blow people away and just really try to get everyone. I assume you mean our Steam images, like our marketing images. I just want to put our absolute best forward. Keeping track of this axis for each image. What is the main objective? Which emotion are you trying to invoke from the player? Are you talking about the screenshot poll that we were doing a little bit ago? Gary Dean says, with my finance app I'm working on, I'm trying to invoke fear. Okay. On says, when you invest a lot in a game, this starts to happen a lot. What's that? The worrying about the screenshots on your Steam page? Don't throw it out, reframe and pre-frame your visual message. I think with the, I just meant throw it out the cave. I didn't mean the game. I hope people know that. E-Shade to Glimmerwick, the assets didn't work in the cave. They have before. I mean, we have used some E-Shade 3D, and I put different shaders and different textures on it and make them work. But just for this little cave we're trying to build, it did not work. Even though I have literally already made a cave in Glimmerwick using E-Shade cave assets, and it worked fine. It was just a sort of different kind of cave. All right, so I'm looking for the stalactites. I don't know where they would be. I would think in giant cave. Can I even open a Blender file? Oh yeah, I can. It's gonna friggin' unzip it for me. Let me go through the outliner and just look for stalactite. Nope, there's no stalactite in here, so not there. Is it gonna be in rocks? Maybe. Like, there's roots. There's nothing about rocks in here. It'd be in like, oh, actually, here's a rocks. Let's open that. Maybe in rocks. Okay, let's go to the outliner. Okay, there's no stalactites or stalagmites in there. So it's not in rocks. I really find that hard to believe. I don't know where else it would be. It's not in rocks. Where else would it be? It's not going to be in terrain. That wouldn't make any sense. Exterior props? Weird. Where on earth would stalactites be? So not rocks, not giant cave. Giant tree. Could just be in cave. Maybe. I doubt it. but I'll check. Oops. No, not in cave. Okay. This is stupid. Goose hunt. That's what I'm doing now. Goose hunting. Shelters. Railing decals. Oh my god. Literally, there's one called stalagmite. Oh, you are very stupid boy. You are very stupid boy. Into models, blends. Okay, that's done. Boy, howdy. You are a dumbass. These are my stalactites, stalagmites. Why is there, okay, there's a couple different meshes here. What's going on here? Why does this one have the weird, oh right, they have like glowworms on them. Okay, that's right. So these are all the glowworms that hang. A bunch of different formations. I could probably bring in the, wow, I really made a lot of different things here. I could probably just bring in like the actual collada files maybe. Did I do that? Nah, I'll keep this all intact. The problem is that there's just a lot of stuff to bring in. That's fine. We'll just bring in every single mesh. What's the problem with that? Every single mesh. Okay, let's exit out of this. I really want to quit. Let's append, and now we should find our stalagmite object. Everything. Oh, no, not all of them are meshes. Let's just bring in every single thing. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Oh, I know I don't need these LD zeros. Those are definitely dummies. I ain't need no dummies. Or maybe I do want dummies. I don't know, guys. I'm all over the place. I'm like kind of insufferable right now. I can't even be with myself. Okay, Dark Forest Cave. So here's all our stalactites and stalagmites and whatnot. Put these off to the side. Wow. Are these instanced? No, not instanced, no nothing. So here, we don't need these glowworms. Definitely don't need that. We're not going to have that in the cave. It would be kind of cool to have some kind of starry thing going on, but it doesn't make any sense from the top-down perspective. So stalactites, and here's our stalagmites. And then I just want to make sure, we should have some, I saw some glowworms sticking off. Right? Yeah, we don't need that. So really anything that has glowworm texture, there's nothing else. Fine. Then we'll just start with a plane. And just make sure we got the textures. So cave, so there's the floor. And then, yeah, we'll start with the floor. Let's just start with the shape that we want. The shape of the cave, the shape and the size. Easy place to start. Working on my second coffee. Okay, that sounds good, Gary Dean. Unwrap. And let's put like some kind of image on here. Let's go with the sands. Nope, go to the textures folder. And we'll start with sands. And I just want to, whoa, that's not what I want. I want to map out some kind of general path for the cave. Kind of fork right here is going to happen. You know what was a cool cave is the Final Fantasy IX. I don't remember what the name of the cave was. Ice Cavern, I think. Yeah. Is that it? Yeah. This is the one I'm thinking of. This one right here. That was really a very stalactitey, stalagmitey cave. Maybe I should just really lean into that shtick. There's lots of pillars and stalactites and stalagmites. Don't want this cave to be too complicated. I do want a couple different branches here. I think just 3 branches should be enough. Let's just parent this. Oh, and we exported our stalactites and stalagmites. That's fine. Ugly cave. Go away. You're deleted. I banish you. Goodbye. Banished our trash cave. Now we've got our new cave. And it's really the wrong orientation. Is it rotated? No. So I guess I just want to rotate it like this. Always envisioned it going sort of this way. That's far too like frontal. Want to see. How's that for a fork? I think that could kind of work. Yeah, I think that's sort of the right angle anyway. Okay, at this, it's a pretty long way to go. I don't think it needs to be quite that long of a way to go, so maybe we'll just move all this stuff back a little bit. That is a pretty big sort of fork in the road. Could maybe shrink all of this a little bit. And let me sort of look back at that one. I like the simplicity of this reference, sort of how they built it up. I mean, it doesn't tell us anything about how we're going to do the the bottom parts and stuff here, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Let's get some texture going now. I'm just going to unwrap the entire thing. Scale it up like 5 times, maybe 2 times, something like that. And then let's take our stalactites, which, by the way, probably have generated their own material here. What material did they put on it? Stalagmite. Okay, fine. That's fine. So looking at the viz, here's the first fork. Yeah, I'm a fan of that first fork. And then as far as the entrance, I think I'm a fan of the angle of that entrance too. Good. And then let's check out our stalactites. Stalag. Here's our stalactites. Stalagmites. Why don't we have any stalactites? They're called stalactites and stalagmites. I did not know that. Wow. Okay, so let's look at the stalagmite texture. And this is interesting. I wonder if we should leave lighting on them. It looks pretty good. No. I'm going to put I'm actually going to go with the terrain shader. So it'll give us a lot more flexibility. And I believe they have vertex color, so we can do lots of stuff with the vertex color, right? They do have vertex color. Do they? Oh yeah, some of them do. Yeah, they do. Gosh, they're incredibly high poly. That's okay, it doesn't matter. So moving with the stalagmite texture, we can do like the cut rock, or like cliff, kind of cliff. Okay, we see nothing. Just move the height boosts to the middle here. Actually, we'll go snow height boost is -1. They'll obviously never get snow on them. Keep it simple. Null exception says, are you exporting for updates to show up in Unity? Work mostly in 2D. Yeah, that's because I have my own custom exporter for Blender. I just press a key and it exports all the individual props. Let's get some kind of rock or stone. Cliff rock. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. And then the green texture. Actually, we probably don't have any green in it at all. So let's go like just grass, just so we can see what is even happening. Okay. Oh, we do have actually green for some reason. Or it's just indiscriminately putting green over the whole thing. That could be too. And we should have blue channel multiply, which we don't need in this case, I don't think. No, that's not helping us really at all. We don't want blue channel multiply. I think that this texture might be a little bit noisy for what we're trying to do. If I increase the tiling, it'll make it even more noisy. But try Cliff Rock Grotto. I'm surprised I really can't tell the difference between these. Yeah, very, very strange. Now, looking at what we have, so it's just the blue at the tips. So we've got the base texture and then we have the red channel multiply, and we're not using blue. That explains why the terrain is not doing anything interesting with the blend at all. Ooh. So what are we gonna do about that? We're gonna version off the freaking shader. Because it really would be nice to have a little bit more control over this. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at the terrain shader. Shader. I'm gonna check it out, and I'm gonna add a little property to the shader. So it'll be a material toggle all the way at the bottom, and it's gonna be called blue vertex blue channel swap red. Yeah, it's going to be vertex swap red and blue channels. Very specific here. Vertex swap red and blue channels. Okay. And then we're going to go find here. We're going to import that float into the shader program. We're going to find all the way where we're using the actual, we're actually sampling from the splat. So here's the mask. So we bring in the splat is the vertex color. So here we're sampling from the red. It's gonna be so complicated. It's gonna make our shader so much more complicated. You're looking at splat R. And I'm only doing this because this is so much easier than actually changing this in Blender. If we're swapping, then we're gonna do the exact same line of code, except we're gonna pull the blue channel. Otherwise, we're gonna do the normal thing. And we definitely need to default this to 0. Okay, it's already default. Vertex swap red and blue channels. This is the only place that we're going to be using that function or that shader feature. Thanks for dropping by, Ron. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we should be able to look at this and go all the way to the bottom and swap. Yep, there we go. We got it. We got it. So now we have a bit more control and we can sort of, I was thinking we'd use a smoother texture for the sort of top parts. Maybe just like stone or something, stone. Not cobblestone, cast stone. That's not going to be right either. Ooh, that actually kind of works, surprisingly. I don't know why, but it kind of does. Interesting. It's probably going to be too low texel density, though, to actually do that, right? It's ugly. We need a much more subdued kind of texture, I think. Also, I think we'll desaturate. Do I have a desaturate texture? I sure hope I do. I do not have a desaturate. There's an overlay. Okay, well, at least we can use the overlay. I'll help a little bit. Oh, but we got some crazy UVs going on. Here we could. We go like 0.5 on the overlay. Nope, it's not doing anything. Wow. I don't like what the overlay is doing. Maybe that's a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, I think what we want is a smoother texture. Still haven't found the right. Oh, you know, maybe the gravel. Not exactly gravel, but like kind of dirt, rough dirt. There we go. But I want to take the saturation out. Also, this entire color is way too dark. If anything, this should be reversed, right? It should be rough dirt at the bottom. And Cliff Rock at the top. Cliff Rock Grotto. Yeah, this texture's too noisy. It's not working. Needs to be something smoother, but still rocky. About like just a watercolor wash, a gray watercolor wash. That's kind of working. The only thing I don't know is like, do we really want the ground to be brown? I'm not sure about that. But it has some potential. It's almost like we need some kind of shading happening. Otherwise it just looks so dead. It has nothing. What if I change the texture of the ground here, cave floor, to the rough dirt? It's too bright for one. Anyway, we make it darker. Why is it not doing a single thing? Oh, we're using a beach shader. Let's try using just a terrain shader. Okay, green height boost is nothing. Can we use like, why don't we just use world space UVs? That'll be easy. World space UVs. Red height boosts. Is there snow? Yeah, snow, -1. So what's going on here? Where is the world space UVs pulling its tiling, I wonder? World space tiling. Okay, so that's not doing anything. Why are we just getting gray? Gray, gray, gray. I don't really understand that. The green is -1. Seems to still have an impact. There we go. Okay. So now we don't have any green. And now we've got the super intense tiling, the world space UVs, 0.1, something like that. Okay, now we should have some control. Here we go. So there's basically a perfect blend. That's as good as we're going to get for the stalagmites, which could work. I'm just worried there's not going to be enough lighting data to actually carry this thing. Let's add more of them. Let's sort of like build something out. And I'm not sure about the palette here. So like, I don't really want the brown cave mix, but we might be able to do some stuff about that. So, all right, we've got the stalag. Come on, get in the dark forest cave. Oh, you can't do it. Are you kidding me? So pathetic. You pathetic worm. Apply that. Thank you very much for the follow, Ben Valter. Appreciate that. Okay. Let's get some of these stalactites and stalagmite props in here. Stalagmite, we got 2 different stalagmites. Like that. I'm pretty sure that's not going to work. Well, at any rate, we definitely don't want a blue background, so I'm going to duplicate that background material, and let's just call it Dark Forest Cave BG. And I'm thinking we just want like kind of a steely dark, almost black, but not quite. And then the tiling way up. Could do like maybe a more blue tone. Yeah, those stalactites are not showing off any form whatsoever. How can I make them show off their form? I think that I would need to put some kind of shader on them that has some kind of shading, like, which I've never done. I don't have anything like that in Songs of Glimmerwick. But like if I put like a, I mean, what if I just did like a basic diffuse? Okay, do we have something a little bit less basic than that? Maybe with a color that we can actually multiply. Seriously? They don't have, I can't even work with a color. Okay, that's fine. We'll just use the standard shader. We'll just see. So this is with the standard shader, and if we just give it a texture, I don't think the cliff texture will work. Too noisy. Hey, actually, I don't know. It's too shaded. But you can see it has so much more form. This doesn't work for Songs of Glimmerwick. We can't do that. We can't go with that kind of thing. Gotta be back to the terrain. Something about the terrain. Oh, there's a rim shader. Oh my god, that might work. I forgot I made a terrain rim shader. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, I think that's gonna work. I totally forgot I made one of those for the mushrooms. Okay, that's good. That's good news. Let's try to get what we got here. So I don't like the sort of green that's coming in. What's this all about? I want it to be like more rocky and less dirty. So we might have to like make a desaturated version of the rough dirt. Sir Drippy, hello, welcome. Call this rough dirt cave, I guess. And I'm pretty sure all I'm going to do is desaturate it. It seems like kind of a waste, but I'll just actually put adjustment layer on this thing, do hue and saturation. And I'll just knock the saturation down. Let's just see what that looks like. I think maybe a little, do I even want more contrast? No, I don't. Let's go with that. Rough dirt cave, let's do it. And let's try putting the rough dirt cave. Rough dirt cave. And then on the stalagmite material, let's go with rough dirt. Rough dirt cave. And what if I did like blue channel multiply? It does give a lot more pizzazz to it with the blue channel multiply. And I think the way that we could make it sort of work is just by like, we'd have to darken the ground a lot, but maybe that's what we want. Oh, this is kind of neat. Yeah, just the really smooth look toward the top. And let the rim shader do all the heavy lifting. This is a much better start. I think we can get away with these being quite large, especially because, I mean, we could probably scale up the texel density here. How are we holding up? Gosh, you can't even see what's going on, so who even cares, right? Not me, I don't care. 3. There's plenty of detail there. Plenty. Too much. Some might even say too much. And then this. Interesting. Oh, that is a really interesting effect. Like when I scroll the offset, it almost looks like caustics or something. Bizarre. I kind of love the way that looks. Wow. Okay. So in theory, there's no reason why these can't just like literally build the entire cave, because they have so much detail. I can make them this big, and I could just version off the material and make a much darker version. And I could build the entire cave out of these things. Yeah, done. Dude, done. Done. I could literally build the entire cave out of these things. Now, the only other issue is back to, and if anyone's still around from when I started this stream, I was desperately trying to figure out how, this is a sort of a top-down game, and I'm just desperately trying to figure out how to terminate this edge. And there's just so many ways to do it. And I don't quite know what I want to do. I could just sort of like do like, just like grab these and duplicate all of them and turn them all upside down like this. Stick them all on the bottom here to give it some sort of bottom, and I'll obviously add thickness to the ground there. But that's not going to look as good. I think it's going to, we might need to rely on a texture for that. I don't know. Let's see. Hey, it might work. Might work. Could work. We definitely want to add some sort of like lumpiness to the ground. We're in business. We are in business. Keeping track of this. Magic rocks. Yeah, could something weird, you know, kind of some kind of something. Gasparo8, hello, welcome, says pretty high poly count. No, no, doesn't really matter. It's a top-down game. You can do whatever you want. I mean, we're not making a mobile game here, so. And it's just like, it's nothing. This is nothing. You could put like 1,000 of these on screen. It would be fine. All about draw calls anyway. But since it's a top-down game, it don't matter, right? There's just sort of like definitely a limit to how much is going to be drawing because you're always looking top-down. So not a problem, fortunately. I'd love to just make this path so, like kind of beautiful. What happens if we just like add a turbo smooth modifier to its subdivision surface, whatever they call it? Like that. And then I could like add a noise modifier to it. I already like that shape a lot better. Let's add a deform. Displace. Displace, anybody? Displace, there we go. Okay. And we want to displace it by what? We want to displace it by a new texture. And we're just going to call this like noise displace. And we'll mess around. I guess, do we want to displace it local, global, direction of the normal? I want to displace it in all directions, not just the direction of the normal. But we'll see, we'll see. Texture coordinates, local. So it is going to be using texture coordinates. I guess we'll go with global. That might simplify things. And now let's go to the noise displace. And we don't want an image or movie. We want, let's start with Veroni. Let's go ahead and add let's just make this smooth. Do we really have that many? That doesn't look like very many to work with. Okay. So not that. Let's maybe do some clouds. And then Blender original, I don't really care. This is probably going to be fine. The size really needs to just go down until we have something reasonable. Or actually it needs to go the other way. 1, 5. There we go. Now we're getting something reasonable. 10, 20. There we go. There we go. 30. 40. And we can sort of like reduce, I think we can go down 1. Maybe even that is too, let's see. I think we want sort of the middle to be a little bit lower. Some of the other areas, like just a little bit of a dip here. And then I also just want to define a little bit more of a wiggle, because I think I am actually going to use the edge. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. But we're going to need a hell of a silhouette there if we want it to actually be what we use. We're going to need some really like high detail, some high detail wiggle there. It's going to be kind of hard to manage if we do enough of it. Anyway, let's see what that looks like. I'm going to go ahead and add first of all, what are we dealing with for the, doesn't really look like too many triangles. And maybe I'll take down the strength a little bit here, 0.5, something like that. And most importantly is the vertex color painting. So we'll need to take a look at that. But I'm going to add a solidify modifier as well, which is kind of strange, but that's way too thick. Some kind of meat to cover up this edge. And again, we're probably going to need to do all sorts of vertex painting to pull this off. But let's look at that as a start. Snap says some high poly rocks right there. Everybody's worried about the poly count. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because it's a top-down game. Ain't no mobile game. We're not making a mobile game. I think maybe we should reduce the tiling here on the floor. Plus we can run a decimator on it if we have to, but I don't even, who even cares? It's so not going to be an issue. It's going to run at 70,000 FPS on literally a laptop without a video card. Yeah, poly count is not generally how you create performance issues on modern hardware. Usually draw calls. Okay, and let's turn down the tiling, world space UV. This is still working, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we got 0.1. Let's go like 0.05. Looking better. Give that a save. Now I wonder, we've got to incorporate some water in here as well. But I think that could work as far as that edge. We might even apply, let's move the solidify up in the stack to the top. I think we could maybe apply that. And then what we would do is just grab here, like shortest path. We don't need this back edge at all. Go and just delete all those. And then we can actually have something to work with here. We don't need these edges at the ends. We certainly don't need any of the bottom ones. We'll get rid of that in a second. Faces. None of these. There we go. Get rid of all those. Get rid of all these. Now we should just be free to work. We got the whole back half. Okay, so now we can just sort of do whatever we want right here. You know, it'll be a little bit annoying. I think we're gonna have to not use the world space UVs. We can create, I'll just kind of leave it rounded like that. But we can take the vertex color. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what kind of things we can do. Because we got this rocky thing. Incorporate some sand or something. We can also incorporate some, it looks like the red makes the gravel, and then we've got the bare rock coming in as well. So the bare rock is going to be the absence of other colors. So let's just first of all create this completely black, the vertex color. Oh, we're probably using blue channel multiply, so we don't want to do that. We actually want to, make it completely blue. That's what we want. Completely blue. That's going to be the absence of all other channels. And then the red channel is what gives us this gravel. So let's add, we're going to set it to add, and then just do 0 here, and then just paint right in the middle here. Very powerful red. And that should allow the gravel to sort of bleed in. Let's add another cut right here. And we might need more to work with in that, but we'll see. That on the cut right here. We'll have that as a start. Save. And the first thing we need to do is, I think, get rid of world space UVs. I think that'll help us. So we got rid of world space UVs. Why? Oh, there we go. Okay. And now we just want to unwrap this thing like normal. Give it some scale, export. Gasparo said, can you speak to draw calls? So if the object has some material and marked static, it will be batched. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. But Unity batching is not as good as actually combining. There's still overhead associated with every batch in Unity, as far as I know, last time I checked. So you don't want to have too many objects on screen. And you don't want to rely on batching either, I would say. At least last time I tried that, which was admittedly a while ago, it did not actually reduce. I mean, it reduced the draw calls, but the batches were high still, so it still had very low frame rate. You want to actually combine meshes, or you want to use GPU instancing, or a mix of the two. So yeah, that's why top-down games are easy, because you don't have to really worry about drawing that much stuff, because you can't look to the horizon. You're always looking down. So, you know, if we made this whole cave and just like all you guys were saying, you know, oh my gosh, look at these, how high poly stalactites are, stalagmites. I wouldn't even care so much about that. If I made a whole cave out of them and I was standing in the cave and looking that way and there was no other culling going on, then every single stalagmite would be drawing, even if it was being occluded. So then that would create a lot of draw calls. And then a lot of draw calls plus a lot of triangles, that's not good. Or just really just a lot of draw calls is not good. But yeah, modern GPUs eat triangles for breakfast. Like really, it's completely insane how many triangles they can handle. Way more than 1 million, way more than 5 million even. Check out this material. I am gonna turn on blue channel multiply. Oh, I think I just heard my baby boy. That will be a stream. Oh yeah, there he is. Oh, things are just getting fun too. Okay, that's okay. All right, folks. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. I go hang out with my baby boy now, and hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. But yeah, until then, peace out. All right, one more thing. If you haven't heard of our game, it's called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's Witch Academy RPG with the magic of the worlds of music. Wishlistable now on Steam. It's going to be extremely good. You're going to love it. So I highly recommend going over to Steam, giving it a wishlist. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.